Giants have really picked it up. Howie Kendrick riding a 13-game hitting streak. He's making a push for NL Player of the Month, hitting over 400 for the month of July. And then you have Adrian Gonzalez, and you look to Adrian Gonzalez, go back to the series in Pittsburgh when he had a couple of days off. Since then, he's been on fire, hitting for average, hitting for clutch base hits as well, knocking people in. And then you turn to Justin Turner, who really has been supplying the power. Let's go to yesterday when he had those 2 home runs off Strasburg, 5 RBIs, leading the team to victory. He too has done it all, has been hitting for high average. When I look at all these guys at the top of the lineup, including Chase Utley, arguably the best lineup they've had all year long.
Going tonight, which should be interesting to see against St. Louis. The Dodgers in this month of July are #2 in the National League in runs per game. The only team that has scored more runs per game is the Cardinals, and it'll be Brandon McCarthy trying to slow him tonight.
Yeah, Brandon McCarthy has been outstanding since coming back from Tommy John surgery. Even as being a Dodger, this guy is 5-0 since becoming a Dodger, interrupted by the Tommy John surgery. But if he gets another victory, he will tie Fernando Valenzuela and Kaz Ishii as guys that start their Dodger career with 6 victories in all those decisions. The fastball has been outstanding. The sinker at 93 to 91 miles an hour. The curveball has actually been hit below 100 by the league. So they have an outstanding ace on the mound and 2 more good pitchers going the rest of this series.
Should be a great weekend. 2 of the great franchises in baseball. It's the Dodgers and the Cardinals. A 3-game series gets going in just a bit. Alana Rizzo joins us on the other side of this break. 2-0. Hard hit inside of first and down the line. Utley's on his way to second. Piscotty misplays it, and Chase Utley starts the night with a double.
Chase Utley getting it just inside the first base line, keeping it fair. Getting out there, finally getting a pitch, a strike. Worked the count to a good hitter's count. Does what he's supposed to do as a leadoff hitter. Get on base, and then he does one even better. Gets in scoring position.
So Seager comes up for his first at-bat since Sunday in Arizona. And attacks the first pitch, striking it foul, 0-1. Came down with a stomach bug as the team traveled to Washington. When he arrived to the park on Tuesday, they sent him back to the hotel. And the Dave Roberts selecting to give him each of the last 2 days off as well. Waka's 0-1. Seager goes back up the middle for a base hit. Here comes Chase Utley. Fans throw to the plate, bounces in, and the Dodgers strike in the blink of an eye on a base hit from Corey Seager.
Corey Seager, nice rest recovering from the flu-like symptoms, and I'm not sure they were like symptoms. I think he had it, but that didn't affect his bat or his time. He came right into this game swinging and hacking, and boy, hits another bullet right up the middle, gets another RBI, another hit, leading the Dodgers in all those different offensive categories.
And if you are an ardent follower of Dodger baseball, you know the note by now that if he finished the year leading the team in hits and homers and runs, he'd be the first Dodger rookie to do it since Jackie Robinson in 1947 in Brooklyn. Justin Turner looks at strike one. How about his day yesterday? 2 home runs against Steven Strasburg. He's only the second guy ever to hit 2 homers in a game against Strasburg. The other one, kind of a random guy to have done it. Tyler Colvin did it for the Rockies a couple of years ago. Turner hits a fly ball foul, and it's 0-2. You go back to June 10th, first in the National League in homers and in RBIs. This is the most productive stretch of this length for a Dodger since Matt Kemp's 2011 season. He had a 35-game stretch where he had similar home run and RBI numbers. 1-2.
Well, if you're looking for the time for the offense to get hot, now's the time. I mean, look at the stretch that he's had. Howie Kendrick swinging the bat really well. Corey Seager's been consistent all year long, but Adrian Gonzalez as well, especially with all the injuries that the Dodgers have been dealing with, especially to their starting rotation. So you're getting the offense, putting some runs up and helping this rotation.
In the case of Justin Turner, you think about a guy who was healthy enough to play but not healthy enough to succeed. And a lot of guys in this lineup. Adrian has dealt with neck issues and just aging in general. Howie Kendrick, of course, didn't have much of a spring training. Chase Utley is not always, you know, the spryest guy at his age. And now they're all kind of caught their course. They're all coming along together, and it's really starting to blend.
The veterans are playing like the back of their baseball card.
They usually chase those numbers and find a way to get there.
Turner had fallen behind 0-2. He's now worked it full against Waka, who the Cardinals are hoping will start to produce like his baseball card, which is not that long at this point. Hunter takes off on a 3-2, and Turner pops it into center. Tommy Pham hardly had to move for the first out.
The St. Louis defense is brought to you by Clamato, and we're going to focus in on the shortstop. The young man there, Letmes Diaz, started out rough at the beginning of the year, about double figures in errors early in the season, but then made a couple spectacular plays that really relaxed him, and he settled into the position now. This is a young man that was completely off the Cardinal roster a year ago today, but had a great Arizona Fall League. Found his way up here through an injury to Peralta and has settled into the position.
Here's Gonzalez, and there's ball one. He's helping the Cardinals win 5 of 6, including a 4-game sweep over San Diego. They capped off last night with a come-from-behind win. They trailed that game 5-1 in the 8th inning. and won it on a Diaz walk-off single. 1-1. Throw back to first. In safely is Seager. Dodgers, meanwhile, 13-7 over their last 20 games. That's tied with the Nationals for the best record in the National League during that stretch. And they begin action tonight, 4 games behind the Giants, closest they've been since early June. 1-2.
On that pitch prior, watching Yadier Molina try to pick off Corey Seager, it makes me chuckle because I'm thinking about every time you're facing Yadier Molina, that's part of the scouting report when you're sitting together. You get on base, be aware he does like to pick behind. Get a good secondary, but be prepared to come back.
Molina, the 8-time Gold Glover. That's 8 consecutive seasons he's won that. The offense has taken a step back the last couple of years, but the defense still elite.
Most games caught in the National League, and when you talk to Mike Matheny about you take him out for rest, he said I'd rather have him back there at 80% than anybody else.
2-2 to Adrian Gonzalez, who takes it low and inside, and Waka sees another full count. This was a big part of the issue Saturday against the Marlins for him. Season low 4 innings, and that's because he had already reached 100 pitches in those 4 innings.
He's got his changeup up a little more compared to that outing, but he was spiking a lot of them in that outing. He was trying to make an adjustment in between starts.
That's ball 4. And 3 of the first 4 have reached for LA.
We haven't really had a chance to go over Michael Walker's arsenal with the Dodgers jumping on him so early, but the Dodgers are going to see mostly fastball changeup from him. He's developed a cutter and a curveball, but it really has taken away from the effectiveness of his changeup, especially the curveball that they've tried to give him. And so he's trying to find his way through what he can work in combination and what feels good in his hand.
2 on and 1 out. Howie Kendrick looks at a ball.
And a lot of the success, like any pitchers, I know it sounds cliche, has been the command, but that's really been one of his fortes when he came up. I mean, he has a good fastball. He averages 93 miles an hour, can get up to 97 with that fastball, but it's the command that really early in his career was a major part of his success.
Yeah, it was off the charts, and he was a 2-pitch pitcher when he arrived here, and was like, how's this guy getting people out? But he was just dotting an I and crossing a T.
Only 8 strikes over his first 19 pitches. And of course, Dodger fans remember him for that 2013 postseason, his rookie year. And the NLCS win against the Dodgers. He was the MVP. Went 2-0 against Kershaw. No runs over 13 2/3 innings in those 2 games against the Dodgers. He joined Bob Gibson as the only Cardinal pitcher with those kind of numbers in back-to-back postseason starts. Kendrick with a fly ball to deep right field. Piscotty goes back on it. He's at the wall with room. Seager takes third on a long fly out from Kendrick, 2 away.
As hot as Howie has been, you expected that ball maybe to reach the seats, but just got a little under it. Weather here, you can't feel it on the TV, but there's a lot of humidity and it's very close, as they say.
Corey Seager did a good job at least getting to third. He had a good read. He wasn't off. He was thinking, okay, maybe it has a chance to go out for him. But then he was close enough to say if he catches it, so even if it, say it caroms off the wall, he would have scored. He was just off the bag, but if he caught it, he was able to tag up. Now we've seen Michael Walker already put some in the dirt. Possible wild pitch.
Grandal breaks his bat on a roller. This will be a tough play at second for Wong, who gets him. Colton Wong has had a tough season, but makes a tough play there to limit the Dodgers to a run in the first. Brandon McCarthy takes the ball when you come back.
Shumash
Your National League wild card standings. Dodgers would be in the playoffs if the season ended today, and will play the Marlins. Now, Mattingly Marlins in the wild card game. The Cardinals are 1 game back of that second wild card spot, having won 5 of the last 6 and 8 of their last 11. On the lineups for St. Louis, Tommy Pham is at the top of it for only the 6th time this season. Aledmys Diaz will follow him, the all-star rookie. Then it's Piscotty and Holiday. Matt Adams bats 5th. Yadier Molina followed by Jed Jerko and Colton Wong in front of Michael Wacha. Against Brandon McCarthy, who had that 14-month rehab from Tommy John surgery. Making his 4th start now. Saturday against Arizona, although 6 shutout innings and a no decision. Gave up only 3 hits, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 8.
A lot of things he's been hoping for since coming back. Maybe came back 1 start too soon. Kind of rushed to the rescue because of Clayton Kershaw's injury. Was worried about endurance there. And will the arm really respond? And how did rehab go? Well, that went really well. And now it was like, can I get the movement? Well, the last start, the sinker was absolutely amazing. And where's my breaking ball going to be? Well, the curveball, the league is hitting under 100 off of it.
His first pitch to Tommy Pham is in there for a strike, and away goes his outing. So Pham hitting leadoff. It's been a mixed bag there since Matt Carpenter went on the disabled list earlier this month. Carpenter was having an MVP caliber season. 0-2. Injury's a big part of the story for these Cardinals. Matt Carpenter, Johnny Peralta, Brandon Moss. 3 members of their infield all on the DL right now. Pham hits a line drive to center. Peterson drifting back for out number 1.
Well, with that fine play by Jock Peterson, we're going to have a look at the Dodgers defense, which is brought to you by Clamato. There he is, Corey Seager, back out there at shortstop. Look at the infield with Utley, Gonzalez, and Turner. And you got Peterson, who made that fine play with Van Slyke and Kendrick. But I'm sure Dodger fans are excited to see Corey Seager feeling better and back out there.
Already made an impact on this game, driving in Chase Utley in the top of this inning. Here's Diaz. So we talk about one rookie shortstop and now another. Both those guys represented the National League at the All-Star game. Diaz was an injury replacement for Carpenter. 1-1. Won the job out of spring, did Diaz, because of injuries like Oral had mentioned during the top of this inning. Johnny Peralta had the thumb injury. Ruben Tejada injured his quad. Diaz was not even really on anybody's radar until those injuries happened. Wound up making the club not a necessity. They needed somebody to start at short. And he has been absolutely incredible. Hit .423 in the month of April.
He defected from Cuba and really was not very good in the minor leagues for almost 2 years. Then had a good year. They put him on the roster, but had such a bad year they took him off the roster. Had a good Arizona Fall League last year and put himself back on the radar, got back on the roster. Anybody could have had him a year ago. Anybody could have claimed him on waivers and grabbed him.
Reaches out, shoots it to Gonzalez, race to the bag. Won by McCarthy. And when you're talking about the roster, you're talking the 40-man roster. They pulled him off that. And what you mean by anybody could have had him is that at that point, any team can claim him off waivers, and the other 29 teams in baseball passed.
They all passed. And so they even went out and said, this guy, if we have an injury to Peralta, he's not going to be able to take over the job. So they went out and got Tejada. And then they both got hurt, and not a necessity. He had to play and done nothing but hit.
Same can be said for Stephen Piscotty. 297 hitter, his 14th home run of the season, maybe his biggest. A 3-run shot last night that tied the game in the 8th inning. Ball 1.
Piscotty, they watch him and they're not sure where the power's coming from. He's got great separation between the hips and the shoulders, but kind of thinly built guy, kind of wiry strong, I guess.
And Piscotty has a tie to the Dodgers. We saw right there where he attended Stanford, but he was originally drafted by the Dodgers in the 45th round back in 2009.
1-2. Elected, like you said, to go to Stanford instead, and did a pretty good job of boosting his stock. Cardinals took him in the first round as a third baseman, though, and they've converted him to right field. Brandon McCarthy, this is upstairs, 2-2.
Scotty went to Stanford, but he's also got a little musical side to him. He taught himself to play the guitar, and he said, I really like the way learning to play the guitar helped me with the rhythm of a baseball game. Pretty deep thinker.
Yeah. You and him should get together sometime.
Easy.
Gonzalez has it and completes a 1-2-3 inning. Yeah, both number 55. Double down the line and then scored on a Corey Seager single, and it's 1-0 as we go to the second inning here in St. Louis. Joe Davis, Nomar Garciaparra, Or Hershiser, and Alana Rizzo. First of 3 in this series. 7th of 9 on this trip. Dodgers 3-3 so far. Jock Peterson shakes the first one foul. Jock missed the first 3 games of this trip, completing his rehab in Oklahoma City. 1 for 9 since rejoining the team on Tuesday in Washington.
And for me, Jock has yet to settle in since coming off the DL. Some guys come off the DL and just hit their stride right away. We watched Corey Seager in this game sit out for 3 days, but right away feeling good. Jock, not yet. Speed of the game seems to be getting to him. It looks like he just needs to calm down and have his approach that we saw prior to going on the DL.
I mean, let's not forget it was his shoulder that he injured, and a lot of times, even though you're down in the minors and you can have success down there, sometimes mentally you think, okay, I got to do things differently once I get up here to the big leagues.
Little pop up to Wong. For Michael Wacha, his first 3 seasons, he had an earned run average of .321. This year, it's more than a run above that, .445. And really, he's been stung by an awful month of May, and that was the part of the season where the Dodgers saw him the first time. Scott Van Slyke rolls one over to third. Jed Jerko will throw him out.
You say May, he was 0-5 with like a 675. And overall, he's 5-7. So that means the rest of the season he's been 5-2. You say he's just feeling through, coming back with the health, the release point, adding the breaking stuff to his arsenal.
Strike one on Brandon McCarthy. Strike 2. And Waka makes quick work of the Dodgers here in the second after they made him labor in the first. McCarthy here in the second. Matt Holliday somehow is in the lineup tonight after this last night. A 95-mile-per-hour fastball from Andrew Kastner hit him right in the nose and somehow didn't break any bones. It was just a laceration. And after, no doubt, testing back in the clubhouse, he's back in there tonight.
It doesn't surprise me. I was teammates, Matt Holliday, over in Oakland. And you see his arms. He's built like a rock. I mean, he is one of the strongest individuals I've ever met. He also was an incredible football player coming out of high school. He was going to Oklahoma State to be the quarterback. He was ranked as like I believe it was the #1 high school quarterback in the country coming out. So football mentality, strong as can be, takes a fastball off the face and in there today.
It's got to be. It's his bobblehead night.
I'm sure that's the reason why he's in there.
Yeah, right. Skip, you got to have me in there.
Bobblehead.
I am sure that one of his loving teammates took the bobblehead out, put some ketchup under the nose, and said, "Now it's accurate."
Yeah, yeah. Once everybody knew he was fine, then time to have some fun with the bobblehead. Leads off this inning against McCarthy and takes a strike. This is his 13th major league season. It's hard to believe it's his 8th here in St. Louis. Started his career in Colorado. Put up good numbers against the Dodgers while he was in the West. 7-time All-Star. Shoots one towards right. Van Slyke is there. Route number 1. So do we get one?
Yep, we happen to pick up a bobblehead here. You want to hold it, Nomar? Since it's your teammate.
Looking at it. Well, I was just trying to see, does it resemble him? I'm like, okay, does it resemble him as?
Yeah, it's a good one.
You know what? Their forearms are a little small.
Yeah.
I mean, trust me, they need to be a little bit bigger and more defined, and yeah, that's the only thing that I'm looking at.
Strike one on Matt Adams.
Yeah.
how about the facial hair, though?
Yeah,
That's
it's
good.
not bad.
Right.
That's
Good scruff.
pretty good.
He's got a little Joe Davis shadow working.
Oh.
I mean, he took one off the face. That's true. I mean, he took one off the face and is back out there today.
Adams pops it up. Foul ground. Grandal's over to give it a look with room.
Well, between my comment about your shadow, Joe, and your comment on the pop-up last inning, people are going to probably think we don't get along.
Yeah. Yeah. We do, though.
You guys
I
do?
know.
We do.
Great.
Love you.
No.
All right, guys. That's enough.
That's why you're between us, Nomar.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
I got to keep the peace.
Here's Molina. And it's fouled off. Strike one. First time since 2008 that Yadier Molina is not an all-star. Last 2 seasons, his offensive numbers way down. Beat out by Wilson Ramos and Buster Posey this year. Soft line drive, shallow center. Utley's there. 6 up, 6 down for Brandon McCarthy on 6 pitches in the second inning.
The third inning, that 1-run compliments of a Corey Seager base hit. Welcome back, Corey Seager. Of course, not in the lineup since Sunday after dealing with that stomach bug, really out for the count for quite some time after dealing with that. Spoke to Corey earlier today. He said he was finally able to eat solid food last night and this morning. Said he lost a couple of pounds, and when asked about his strength, said he feels a little bit weak, but obviously he feels okay, guys. Driving in the first run of the game. Great to have the All-Star back.
Yeah, sure is. Something going around, though. This booth now, too. Omar, are you starting to feel it tonight?
Feeling a little bit.
Strike one on Chase Utley.
Hopefully you don't pass it right down the line.
Yeah.
It's nice to have you back in full voice.
Getting there. Thank you.
Yasmani's dealing with something as well now. I know they're throwing around the clubhouse over there.
Utley pops out to Molina. Let's go back down to Alana.
Which is precisely the reason, guys, that they called up Austin Barnes from AAA Oklahoma City. Obviously, a utility infielder can also play behind the plate. They really weren't sure how Corey Seager or Yasmani Grandal were both going to be feeling dealing with that stomach issue. So Austin Barnes, conveniently, you can put him in either place. And, of course, the corresponding move, sending Julio Urias back down to AAA Oklahoma City to start working out of the pen.
Alana's earning that paycheck this week, especially with all the roster moves for the Dodgers she's having to track down and report on. And Seager swings over the top of the first one, strike one.
And be in that clubhouse with the flu bugs floating around too, so kudos to her.
Oh, and 2. So Michael Wacha has retired 6 in a row after 3 of the first 4 Dodgers reached. Seager lines one towards right, and he's got another base hit. So 2 for 2 coming back from that bug. And a 1-out base runner for the Dodgers.
You guys might want to catch that bug.
Yeah.
Come back 2 for 2.
I think for the Dodgers, Michael Wacha had a quick inning that last second inning, but he was going against the bottom of the lineup. He struggled in that first inning, but not to have him settle in. It's good that Corey got that base hit, but if they can also at least put one across this inning, it might continue his frustrations or the struggles that he's been having.
You're right on the right page, because as a starting pitcher, you go out there and you give up that squeaky one run and you try and get on a roll, and if you do, you forget completely about it. But you keep giving up those scratch runs, or if the crooked number goes up there, that's when your confidence starts to get a little shaken. Especially a guy who has struggled this year mightily in large stretches of time. That 0-5 with a 675 in May.
On to Justin Turner. He pulls a rocket into left for a base hit. Holiday's over to cut it off. Seager on his way to third. Turner holds on with a long single.
Justin Turner continuing swinging the bat really well, gets that ball in the inner half, just pulls it down the line. Seen him drive the ball out to center field. We've seen him pull the ball. I mean, I'm just with that such high leg kick, just the success he's been having, the power, his timing is right on.
So they're at the corners against Wacha. Adrian Gonzalez walked his first time, and he shoots it foul, strike one. Gonzalez had his first multi-hit game of this trip yesterday to finish the series in Washington. Hitting .285. Dodgers hoping some of those power numbers start to return that he's posted consistently throughout his career. 0-2.
Molina, the veteran back there, watched the fastball foul off by Adrian Gonzalez almost over the Dodger dugout and said, whoa, this guy might be sitting on changeup, something soft. They stayed hard in with the second pitch again.
On 0-2, they got him, and a throw back to first, not in time to get Turner. But they went 3 straight fastballs on Gonzalez for out number 2. Second Michael Wacha strikeout. And with 2 gone, it's up to Howie Kendrick.
Well, here's a good time for Howie to continue his hit streak, to do what we were talking about earlier, Oral. Just kind of at least squeaking one out here rather than Wacha getting out of this inning and getting a little more confidence.
The hit streak is at 13 games right now. It bounces in, and Molina somehow blocks it and holds Seager down at third.
He threw about 10 of those pitches in his last start where he just spikes it, and Yadier challenged right there with the backhand. Really fortunate that that ball stayed right there. That could have deflected anywhere with the way he approached to block or catch that.
On the 1-0, Kendrick swings at a ball in the dirt for strike one.
Now you're playing a Cardinal team that leads baseball, or is right there in the top 2 in runners in scoring position with 2 outs. You're also their number 1 with hitting with runners in scoring position. I think it's .295, and they're also up there in batting average after the 7th inning. So you want to get ahead of these guys because they have been playing in some clutch times and doing well.
Only team that has scored more runs per game in the month of July than the Dodgers are these Cardinals. Padres saw it last night. Not too many leads are safe. San Diego led that game 5-1. Cardinals came back and won it 6-5 in the 9th. That man right there, Stephen Piscotty, tied it with a 3-run homer. 3-1 on Kendrick as Molina keeps it in the area and keeps Seager at third.
It's really odd to see a St. Louis team at the bottom of defense.
Yeah.
Really odd. And talking to some of the people around the Cardinals, they say they've got a lot of guys that can play a lot of positions, but they don't play them very well. Just don't have that Cardinal defense that they're known for.
3-2. One of the biggest issues is that we're talking about this guy here in Aledmys Diaz, who has been so good offensively. You can't take him out of the lineup. He fits it short. He's just not been very good at short defensively.
They say he's starting to get better, but you're right. The routine play has been a mystery to these Cardinals.
Turner takes off from first on a 3-2 that Kendrick swings over, and the Dodgers leave men at the corners here in the third against Waka. Here in St. Louis, about $13, $14, something like that, to get a ticket to go all the way up there and get great views of this city. Keeping out into the ballpark on this beautiful night. Jed Jerko to lead off this inning for the Cardinals against Brandon McCarthy. Bottom third for St. Louis. Jerko in his first season with the Cardinals, he is a former Padre. And against San Diego this year, he's done big-time damage. Look at those numbers against San Diego versus the numbers against everybody else. And, of course, they just finished playing San Diego, sweeping them in a 4-game series in which he got 8 hits and homered 4 times in the 4 games.
He's homered in 5 straight games versus the Padres.
6 against San Diego, 5 against the rest of the league.
Revenge, motivating force, or just hot, and it happened to be against the Padres.
Could ask Daniel Murphy the same thing. We just saw him in Washington. Murphy has dominated his old team, the New York Mets, this season.
Justin Turner dominated his old team, the Mets.
That's right.
And in the playoffs last year.
McCarthy home with an 0-2, and Jerko flies it foul. Murphy against the Mets in 13 games has 7 homers and 13 RBIs. Or sorry, 21 RBIs in the 13 games.
Wow.
Got to be a little something to it. Jerko is traded straight out for John Jay, who's had a nice year for the Padres, but is injured right now. A little bit low, ball 1. just outside, 2-2, not missing by a whole lot.
Nice frame job by Yasmani, keeping the bulk of his glove on the plate, but the ball was caught in the web, and that's why it ends up away. But you saw, boy, he kept a lot of his glove on the plate there.
On 2-2. Takes it in the dirt. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Cardinals still looking for their first base runner against McCarthy. They've got Jerko, Wong, and Waka due up in this inning.
Go ahead and throw a low fastball away. That one you just missed with right here. Try and make him hit it on the ground.
For Grandal sets. He throws something off speed, and it's flexed in the air into the seats.
Shows a lot of confidence in your secondary pitch with nobody on, nobody out, 3-2. You don't want to let the leading lady be a walk, and you feel confident enough to pull the trigger without shaking your head to it, to a 3-2 breaking ball.
Threw it again, and Jerko yanked it foul. Already more pitches seen by Jed Jerko in this at bat that Brandon McCarthy needed to retire the side in the second through the middle of the St. Louis order. And another 3-2. Came in with a fastball, and Jerko fouled it back.
I think Jerko was hot against San Diego. I don't care what the numbers say. He looks like he is on a lot of these pitches and is swinging the bat really well. Need to make a quality pitch here. Hopefully he gets some weak contact.
Tenth pitch of this AB. And another foul ball.
He's been fouling out some really tough pitches, especially as a hitter. When you get 3-2 and then you see a breaking ball, and you foul it off, and now in your head you're going, well, he's not afraid to throw it, but probably wants to throw a fastball, then another breaking ball, and then out here comes a fastball. Still not sure what he can throw because he's mixed it so well, and you're fouling him off.
See what he does here. Misses. McCarthy walks Jerko on the 11th pitch of this plate appearance.
Well, fans, the Boston Red Sox are headed to Dodger Stadium for the first time since 2013. Don't miss this highly anticipated matchup beginning Friday, August 5th through Sunday, August 7th. Don't wait. Buy your tickets today. Visit Dodgers.com/tickets.
So the first base runner of the game for the Cardinals is Jerko. Then up comes Colton Wong. Wong signed a 5-year, $25.5 million extension during the offseason. And has followed that with the worst season of his career. So bad that they sent him to AAA in June. And in order to get back into the lineup, he had to start playing the outfield. This is a guy they locked up as their long-term second baseman. But with the trickle-down effect of Diaz plugging a hole at short and staying there when Peralta came back, Peralta moves from short to third. Carpenter moves from third to second. Wong moved from second to the minors. The only reason that he's back in there consistently now is because Carpenter and Peralta are hurt again.
Well, the key is you get another opportunity to go show what you're made of. You see, we talk about Aledmys Diaz, the shortstop, showing what he's made of after getting an opportunity. Struggles down the minors, but he gets an opportunity up here. Colton Wong, all right, struggles. Now here's another opportunity. Prove that you're worth what you signed for. We've also talked about that for the Dodgers standpoint as well. With all the injuries that they've been plagued with, we've seen guys getting called up. We got Austin Barnes called up here today. Chris Taylor, Zach Walters went down, but you got Andrew Tolles.
Wong with a bouncing ball to first. Gonzalez goes to second, and they get one.
Nice play by Corey Seager to pick up Adrian Gonzalez. It's nice to give it back to your first baseman, the guy who's always picking you up for balls in the dirt, helping you out, save you from errors, and to be able to return the favor back to Adrian, staying with it.
so calm and so smooth. Adrian usually the one that is so smooth, and now he's got another guy at shortstop that is the same way.
Adrian commented to Andy McCullough of the Los Angeles Times earlier this week that Corey's throws have been really good this year, significantly better than they were during his month in the majors last year. Here's Waka with a man at first and one out, squaring the bunt and popping it foul. That was after some mechanical tweaks that Seager made working with Chris Woodward during spring training. So Seager had that knee injury that caused him to miss most of the spring. But the silver lining that came out of that was that it had been so long since he'd done any baseball activities, he didn't have to battle as much muscle memory on some of those mechanical tweaks defensively that Woodward was working on him with. So he could kind of start fresh when he came back from the injury to make those changes. 0-2.
Ron Washington, who was a third base coach with the Oakland Athletics, then became the manager of the Texas Rangers, was kind of known as the infield doctor for a long time. He could fix a lot of guys, got some gold gloves. Well, Chris Woodward's going to end up with a reputation like that. He has been very good for Justin Turner. He's been outstanding for Corey Seager. Of course, he hasn't had to work much with Adrian Gonzalez or Chase Utley, but two guys that needed some polishing and really has helped him an awful lot on the left side of the infield.
Yeah, one of the questions coming into the year, especially with Turner's knee surgery last year, was how's he going to hold up on an everyday basis defensively at third? He's been really good over there. A lot of highlight reel plays.
Most of his errors and his problems were throwing the ball because of the problem from the lower half. A lot of that injury ridden, but also then mechanical changes that had to be made.
One more try for Waka to get it down, with Tommy Pham in the top of the order due next. And he strikes out trying to bunt.
Nomar, did you go through any mechanical changes defensively, or it just came really natural to you?
No, you have to go through some mechanical changes, definitely. There were a lot of times when things weren't feeling right. I know even when I separated my shoulder, I'd have to go to the infield coach and then talk to them about it.
You do video work on defense as much as you do with hitting?
Not as much video work as much as, you know, when you're taking your ground balls, and it doesn't have to be always somebody hitting them to you. Sometimes it's just them rolling it to you, and you're going just almost like soft toss when you're in the batting cage, because it's really about just the fundamentals and the footwork and your body positioning.
Turco started this inning with a walk. Wong's now over there after the fielder's choice, and it's at the top for Tommy Pham.
There's so much. I remember another thing I worked on too, and even when it came to double plays, sometimes I found myself when my arms were too outstretched, so too far away from my body when I received the ball, which I had to bring it. Took some time to bring it into my body, then to throw, rather than just catching it closer to my body. Some of the things you don't realize you're doing. So you might be wondering back home, well, how really valuable is that infield coach? You need it. Well, they pick up on these little things that might be, you know, you may not be making errors, but they can make you better.
McCarthy's 1-0. There goes Wong. Pitches upstairs. Grandal's throw is not in time, and Wong's taken second.
Really good time for Wong to steal a base there, take a chance, because even if you get thrown out, you got the leadoff hitter starting off the next inning, and if you're able to make it, obviously you're in scoring position, and you did it early enough. For now, you find your batter in a hitter's count 2-0. Just gets the fingers in there.
It's a little closer than I thought to the naked eye.
Yasmani did a good job making up for Brandon's release time. He was a little slow to the plate for a guy who can run. Yasmani almost made up the whole differential. You're always trying to be 1-3 or below, but when you got a guy with wheels, you'd love to be about 1-2-5 or below with your release point from the mound to the catcher's glove.
So a chance for Tommy Pham to even the issue here in the third as McCarthy pumps it 2-0 and Pham hits one down the right field line, but it peels foul and it's 2-1. Tommy Pham, who injured his oblique while warming up before opening day on a really cold day in Pittsburgh, made 2 at-bats, left the game, and went on the disabled list for a month. Similar to Ben Revere, who we just talked about in Washington. 2-2. So a month on the disabled list, and then when they activated him, a month in AAA. So by the time he joins his big league roster, he finds himself having a battle for playing time. Got off to a slow start. Better lately. And like so many guys on this Cardinals team, getting opportunities because of other injuries. Two.
You want to deal with Pham right here. There's better averages and more power coming up behind him.
The All-Star Ledmys Diaz due next. The man at second, 2 gone in the third. McCarthy's 3-2 and Pham takes ball 4. Just missing the 2 on with 2 out for Diaz.
Ball is up and it is away. Not as away as I thought from the strike zone there.
You see Asmani really trying to pull that down to try to get the call for Brandon McCarthy. It just missed. Cardinals are really making Brandon McCarthy work here. Already 27 pitches in this inning, and Jerko saw 11 of them.
Here's Diaz. That's a base hit to left center, and his game is tied at 1. Juggled by Peterson. Here comes Pham. Cardinals lead 2-1.
What seems like a harmless 2-out stolen base turns into a deep count and a walk, and then a hanging breaking ball. Base hit for an RBI and an error that picks up another one, and all of a sudden this inning, with all the pitches that were thrown, cost the Dodgers 2 runs.
That's the first hit for St. Louis. One of the best teams in baseball with men in scoring position. Make those walks count. And now Piscotty. Strike 1.
And for the Dodgers, they had gone 8 straight games without making an error. Coming into this game, they ranked 2nd in the NL as far as defense, as far as fielding percentage, and also as far as errors are concerned. 2nd lowest in the NL.
Here's an 0-1. Piscotty hits it back up the middle. Utley's there on a softly hit ground ball to end the inning. But the Cardinals take the lead on a 2-out base hit from Aledmys Diaz. Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Carl's Jr. The California Classic Double Cheeseburger for just $2.49 at Carl's Jr. It's old Sportsman Park here in St. Louis. Went from Sportsman's Park to Busch Stadium the first, to Busch Stadium the second. This place opened up in 2006. The third brick and mortar ballpark they've had here in St. Louis in their long baseball history. Michael Wacha pitching with the lead now, delivers strike one to Yasmani Grandal. Grounded to second his first time. And he's behind 0-2. Has a homer against Wacha in his career. And has 6 home runs in this month of July. Peterson and Van Slyke to follow here in the fourth. Grandal hits a missile into center to start the inning with a single.
Picks on an 85-mile-an-hour changeup. A lot of pitchers use the changeup to get back into counts, but Michael Wacha, it's an out pitch you can look for even with 2 strikes.
So the leadoff man aboard for Peterson. Popped out to second his first time and is now 1 for 10 since returning from the DL. Giants, by the way, trail in New York 2-0 on a Starlin Castro double. Giants opening a 3-game series with the Yankees tonight. Strike one. Giants have lost 5 in a row for the first time since April. It's hard to remember back to when the Giants were 7-10 to start the year. They had that 5-game losing streak. But in danger of losing 6 in a row for the first time this year. 0-2.
What's the mental battle? Making an error the inning before, coming up now with a man on first, no out.
Just trying to think that you're going to be able to make up for it with one swing. You have a tendency to overswing. You're like, okay, error's done. Let me go out there and let me get a quality at bat. Let me just help the team. Not try to, I mean, you hear that cliche, not do too much.
Wacha's 0-2, bounces in there, stopped by Molina.
How about getting on the bus last night when the plane arrived, feeling the difference in the humidity?
Oh my goodness, getting off it.
Felt like we just walked into a sauna.
And it's not like DC is dry.
No.
Caught a little break today though, as the storm that came through wasn't that hot this afternoon. Peterson pops up again. Foul ground, Jed Jerko. Scott Van Slyke coming to the plate. We're going down to the field with Alana.
Well, guys, Scott Van Slyke in right field this evening after Yasiel Puig came up a bit lame yesterday in the ballgame, running out a grounder to third base, went immediately into the dugout after the out was recorded. Testing that hamstring earlier today with the strength and conditioning staff as well as the medical staff. Dave Roberts saying that he wants to give him a couple more days off, likely to start on Sunday night here against the Cards. Not a DL situation.
All right, and so in response to that, Scott Van Slyke gets a rare start against a right-handed pitcher. Grounded to third his first time. Back here in his hometown. His dad, Andy, started his career with the St. Louis Cardinals. His final year in St. Louis was 1986. That's the same year Scott was born. He wound up staying here, playing his high school ball here, was the Missouri High School Player of the Year his senior season at John Burroughs High School. Ground ball back up the middle that sneaks into center for a base hit. So Van Slyke with a single to center, and 2 on with 1 out.
We continue to see Scotty progress against right-handed pitchers, and this is not a tough matchup for him, normally platooned or used against lefties, because Walker doesn't have a really good or big breaking ball.
Well, we saw Michael Wacha unsuccessful trying to put a bunt down. Let's see if McCarthy has any more success.
If they're going to pinch it, they're starting at a very close positioning, and if they decide to charge, they're going to go back over their play right here with Michael Wacha. This is a good place for Brandon McCarthy to be able to pull it back and try and punch it through also.
And the key is really looking at the shortstop to see if he breaks. Because even if the third baseman is that close, and if he doesn't break, even if you lay it down, nobody's over there covering third. But if he breaks toward third base, that's when you pull it back and try to hit it right back up the middle.
There's so many things Chase Utley does on this team that go unseen. That was one that was a little more obvious, but sharing his advice with McCarthy, who takes a strike.
If you have any confidence in pulling it back, this is a great time to do it. Early in the game, first and second, if you can handle the bat, and you've got defensive positioning that they're playing aggressive.
Bunted in the air and foul ground. Molina won't get there, but there are 2 strikes on McCarthy.
The reward you get for hustling in St. Louis, like in LA, is you get the cheers at the right time. They really appreciate their athletes in this town.
Yadier Molina, the quarterback of this Cardinals defense, directing traffic. 0-2 on McCarthy with 2 on and 1 out in the 4th. And he's able to put this one in play. Molina goes to third in time. Yasmani Grandal saying, take a look.
Well, that's a very risky play by Yadier if he gets the call, because you got guaranteed 2 out, second and third, and you go bang bang. You should be more sure of this, but he gets the call now, but we might end up taking a look at it.
Yadier throws that on the run. I'm wondering if Grandal, if he goes in there more with a stiff leg, if he happens to beat it. Kind of knee kind of came up, which is natural because you're protecting yourself. You go on a stiff leg, you're worried about injuring yourself as you're going sliding in hard. He made a good slide there. It just was a better play over there between Molina and Jerko.
It's a reason he's won 8 Gold Gloves in a row. And so it's up to Utley with 2 on and 2 out now in a 2-1 game, and Chase grounds it off of the handle, kind of in no man's land, but Wong's able to scoop it and flip it to end the inning. Some nice Cardinals defense in this frame, and St. Louis leads 2-1.
On Tuesday, August 9th, when the Dodgers play host to the Phillies, Kendrick bobbleheads will be available to the first 40,000 fans in attendance, courtesy of Farmer John. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions.
2-1 game. We welcome it back inside our booth here in St. Louis. Nomar, Oral, Joe, Alana's down in the field tonight. What have we thought so far, Brandon McCarthy?
Pretty doggone good. Just that one last inning there, he hung the breaking ball in the key situation, and I'm not sure he really wanted to walk the hitter prior, because you're getting into more of the depth of their lineup.
Looks pretty good. I mean, the key right now is if he can have that quick inning, get them back in the dugout, because they got some runners on. They had some opportunities, couldn't capitalize it, especially with runners in scoring position. But I think for his confidence and also for the Dodgers, for the momentum, to try to get back in there as soon as possible.
Important road trip for this team to begin the second half. They dropped 2 of 3 in Arizona. They win 2 of 3 in Washington, and now beginning a 3-game series with St. Louis. Took 2 of 3 from the Cardinals back in mid-May. As Alana told you during the pregame show, over the last 7 years, the series is 25-24 Dodgers. And if you think that's impressive, go back even a little bit further, as in a lot further, into the 1890s. All time this series, separated by 2 games. 1,020 wins for the Dodger franchise, 1,018 for St. Louis. Back to 1890, when it was the Brooklyn Bridegrooms. Matt Holliday leads off the inning against Brandon McCarthy and pops it foul. It was the St. Louis Browns at that point. Between the Browns and the Cardinals, it became the Cardinals in 1900, but in 1899 they were the St. Louis Perfectos.
They have the second most world championships to the Yankees, 27-11. Dodgers are there in the top 7 organizations or so, with 6 of them.
Most recently for the Cardinals in 06 and 11. They have 9 division titles and 9 trips to the National League Championship Series since 2000. On 0-2, Holliday takes ball 1. They've won 3 consecutive division titles, as the Dodgers have. Right now, though, the Cardinals sit 6.5 behind the Cubs. While that may seem like a wide deficit, that's the closest St. Louis has been in 2 months. Now the 1-2. 1 gone. Now McCarthy's second strikeout of the night.
Some of the hardware there. World Championship trophy.
Won 100 games last year. Led the majors, but then lost 3-1 to the Cubs in the National League Division Series before the Cubs fell to the Mets. Here is Matt Adams. And there's ball 1.
No, they were showing all the years they won. What I noticed was there's no wind. Their flags weren't moving at all. It's a beautiful night.
1-1. And we were kind of preparing ourselves for the worst coming in here. They're calling for triple-digit temperatures all 3 nights for this series. Team's got a bit of a break, and then Sunday's game was picked up by Sunday Night Baseball instead of being right in the middle of the afternoon.
I don't know if you're the Dodgers, if you feel like it's necessarily a break, because then you got to fly home, you get in late, and then but you do have the day off the next day, which is nice. But once again, you feel like, well, if I have a total day off, I'm kind of getting in possibly at 2 o'clock in the morning, if not later.
The price you pay for being popular and playing well.
Adams golfs one to deep center, sending Peterson back at the track. No big deal. 2 out.
Got him out in front just a little bit. Had to release the top hand to finish the swing, so it didn't have quite the impact on the baseball that Matt Adams wanted. Watch this ball break and see the finish right there. Just gets him at the last bit of extension, maybe a little bit off the end.
still conditions. Although you wouldn't mind a little breeze, right? Well, as humid as it is.
As long as it's an air conditioner.
Yeah. Here's Molina. That one slipped out of McCarthy's hand and missed. Ball one. St. Louis still only has one hit against McCarthy. It was Aledmys Diaz, 2 out, 2-run single last inning. The 2 runs that it scored reached via the walk. Molina cracks one to center. Here comes Peterson. He's there. That hat comes flying off. 1, 2, 3 go the Cardinals in this 4th inning. Dodgers got on Waka in the 1st with a double from Utley and a single from Seager. Diaz had that answer with 2 gone in the 3rd. And as we go to the 5th, it's 2-1. Ball brought to you by T-Mobile. The top 3 OPS, on base plus slugging, among Major League shortstops. All rookies right now. Diaz, Seager, Story. And as far as slugging goes, Story is trying to break your record, Nomar, for the highest slugging among a rookie or of any rookie shortstop ever.
I told you I was pretty decent as a player.
You were good back in your day.
The only guy I want to break it, Noam, is the guy at the plate.
Absolutely.
The other guys are all going to tail off.
Corey Seager takes ball 1. He's 2 for 2 tonight. He is 3 for 3 tonight.
I know you're shaking your head, Oral. So is everybody else in the dugout. They're going, this guy has been off for 3 days. He comes out. He's been sick, not feeling well, and then he just 3 hits.
The game's not that easy, Corey.
Exactly. That's what everybody's screaming at him.
So Dave Roberts' look says.
You know what's really good? He was sick, and he's kind of hitting the balls short of the outfielders. He's still a little weak. We don't want him to reach the outfielders on those trajectories.
Turner's 1 for 2. Yeah, there's ball 1. Nomar, what do you remember most about that rookie year, that first year you broke in Boston?
How lucky I was to have veteran players around me. Guys like Tim Naring, Mo Vaughn, John Valentin, Jeff Fry, guys like that. Because they really helped me along.
On the ground is short. Diaz goes to second for 1, and they turn a double play with a scoop from Adams. Having those veteran presences in the same way that Seager has, with the same kind of expectations Seager has, did it help you manage those?
It did, because also when you have those veterans, those are the guys that when you think about that you're looking to really carry the team, even though you have some spotlight on you, but the whole weight of the team isn't on you. It's it was on like guys like Mo Vaughn.
That was a big spotlight on you, though. You're in Boston. And your name is Garcia Parra.
They just cut that off and just called me that. There you go. That was it. They didn't even bother with the last name. Stuck with the first name and got rid of the R.
Yeah, Mo Vaughn wasn't on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Right?
Pull that up on YouTube, people. Omar on
Please
Saturday Night
Please
Live.
don't.
Watch his acting abilities.
Oh, that's why. That's all I ever did, because I can't act.
One
That's
night
why.
after a game, sitting around having a glass of red wine, we all put that on. That was fun to watch together.
Waka faces the minimum in the 5th with 8 pitches. 2-1, and the video's not that long. You might even be able to squeeze it in before the Cardinals come to bat again. Stadium on this beautiful night for the series opener. 2-1 St. Louis, even though the Cardinals are getting out hit by the Dodgers 7-1. Dodgers have left 6 men on base. Cardinals have made their 1 hit and a Aledmys Diaz 2-out single count. Scored a pair of runs that had both reached via the walk. Jed Jerko started that 3rd inning with a walk and was replaced at first on a fielder's choice groundout. 58 pitches so far for Brandon McCarthy, and this is his 4th start back from Tommy John, and he's not thrown more than 77 yet. Those numbers will continue to ease up as he eases back. No hard limit put on him publicly by the Dodgers for this outing. Here's Jerko, and there's a towering drive foul.
The pitches by inning, you see the 3rd was the problem child as far as 2 walks and the base hit and an error in the middle of that. But other than that, he's been very efficient. He's been efficient since coming back from Tommy John surgery. You've got a living, breathing example on your staff like Clayton Kershaw, who attacks the strike zone.
Bounce to second for Utley.
Real easy to see the success of another guy right before your eyes. How efficient he is and attacks and puts away guys early, doesn't waste pitches in an 0-2 count. Brandon's been watching that throughout his rehab, and I know he loves that example.
Made his major league debut with the White Sox in 2005, mostly as a reliever those 2 seasons in Chicago. Then he went to Texas. Wong taking strike 1. And started to deal with injury issues with that shoulder blade. He had the stress fracture that put him out for months, and for a few seasons had to deal with that. Wong hits a fly ball to right for Van Slyke. And 2 up and 2 down. The 2010 season for Brandon McCarthy, as he dealt with those injuries and it hurt his performance. He spent that season in AAA, and he says considered retirement for the first time. That's when he made the mechanical tweaks to his delivery. He was so over the top, dropped down the arm angle some, took the pressure off his shoulder blade. Not only did that help him health-wise, it's helped him as a pitcher. Throw harder. The velocity's gone up since that change, and the velocity's gone up since he's been able to add some size to his 6'7" frame.
He dedicated himself in a few different areas with the mechanical change, the health change of the arm, and also then putting on that muscle.
I'm sure the arm angle has also helped with some of the movement on his pitches as well. Guys who are really over the top have a tendency to just have a straight fastball, which hitters have an easier time adjusting to.
A lot of different ways to get off the barrel of the bat, but barrel of the bat going, if you can go side to side and up and down, that's more the high 3/4 angle, arm angle, because it makes it easier for you to have better hand discipline on the ball to put the right spin on it.
2-2 on Waka.
We were talking before the game, coming into this game, just even coming off the Tommy John surgery, the 2-seamer, that sinker, the amount of movement and the bite he's had, and the late movement that he's had on that pitch.
His last start, when he went to 6 scoreless, was probably the best movement I've seen on his 2-seamer since I've watched him pitch, all the way back to his early days. Tonight's a little bit flatter, not quite as sharp, but it's still moving late.
One, two, three go the Cardinals here in the 5th inning, and he's retired 7 in a row since Diaz 2-run single, 2-1 game out of the 6. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Jack in the Box. It's back. The Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. Stan the Man was an all-star 20 times during his major league career here in St. Louis. One of the greatest ever to play the game. This is a shot from 1950, which was his 10th major league season out of his 22. The MVP 3 times, got a statue. He has a bridge named in his honor in town. Passed away just a few years ago. Dodgers trying to get the offense going, down 2-1. They jumped on Michael Wacha for a first inning run before Wacha even got it out. Double from Utley, single from Seager. They had men at the corners in that inning with one gone and couldn't plate anybody else. Quickly 2-0 on Howie Kendrick.
Well, the Dodgers have had some opportunities. Right now they find themselves 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position.
There's a high drive towards the right field corner. Back on it goes Piscotty. It is gone. That thing kept going. And in the shortest part of the park, it gets over the wall to tie the game.
Howie in his first at bat of the game, batting in the 5-hole, hit a ball right to the edge of the wall, but didn't get the short porch as the benefit. But that one had a little better angle.
Well, Howie Kendrick's been hot. We talked about it before the game. He was riding a 13-game hitting streak. He now makes it 14 games, and what a way to extend that hitting streak to tie this game with a nice home run.
That ball had some backspin.
For his 5th long ball of the year. We're even at 2 in the 6th. Now it's Grandal on 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes. So Howie Kendrick with a solo home run to the opposite field against Michael Wacha. He's thrown now 75 pitches. Grandal hits it hard, and that's a base hit. His 2nd of the game. And the 9th for the Dodgers against Wacha.
Home run from the leadoff hitter of this inning. The confidence of the offense goes up as they step in the box. The confidence of the pitcher on the mound goes down.
Peterson 0 for 2 and showed some frustration after popping out for the 2nd time tonight, his last time up. 1 for 11 since returning from the DL on Tuesday. Ball 1. Wacha's fallen behind all 3 hitters he's faced this inning.
After Jock's last at bat, it looked like he wanted to redecorate parts of the Dodger dugout as I looked in there and watched him walk down the stairs.
Bill's in for a strike, 1-1.
Usually when you redecorate, the first phase is demolition.
Sometimes you need to redecorate, Orioles. Sometimes you just have to go out there and say, I got this, and your teammates get out of your way.
You were a big fan of redecorating the tunnel, right?
I did a lot. Yep,
Yeah.
there were quite a few times.
Chases 1-2.
Yep.
But did the tunnel tend to redecorate your bat?
It did, and some other parts of my equipment too. That I used to redecorate my helmet a lot.
I didn't throw a lot of things to redecorate. I would put a towel over my head and I would bite that towel. It would just look like I was toweling off. But, oh, I put that towel in my mouth and I would just
Bulldog. Okay, wow. Bulldog just growled on TV. 2-2.
See, that's no fun to me. That wouldn't have been any.
Biting the towel?
Biting the towel. Like, I want to hear some noise and let it all out.
Well, if you're growling,
well, yeah, but you don't want it the loud,
right?
Helmet going against the wall, the bat.
When I used to yell dog on it, I got teased by other guys, so they're like, that's not enough. So I just started being quiet, biting.
Biting the towel, had to get you jacked up. 3-2.
There were times I'd go in and teammates said they would go, and somebody who didn't know, they're like, okay, and they start counting. Wait for it. 1, 2, and then they go, there it is. And then I'd come back, and then they say, now watch. And I'd come out of the dugout, and I'd look at my teammates. I'm like, okay, guys, I'm good. And I started laughing or smiling. They're like, wow, that was, they laugh at me. I'm like, I had to get it out, guys. I'm better.
Best snapper you ever played with?
Ooh. Trot Nixon was pretty good.
Jeff Kent was pretty good.
Jeff Kent was good.
Albert Bell was really good.
That's not a surprise.
Carl Everett was good.
He was good.
Grandal at first, nobody out. 6th inning in a tie game, and a 3-2 to Jock Peterson. Strikes him out. 4th K with Michael Wacha, 1 away. Bullpen starts to get going. That's surprising. That's Tyler Lyons, who today was marked as Sunday's spot starter for St. Louis. So it could just be a side session for him, but not the way he's warming, right? Looked like he was warming with a purpose.
Maybe he was the long man if Wacha today, if Wacha doesn't get past 5 or 6, and now they're saying you can throw your side work. That looked in earnest right now. A side work can be in earnest too.
Dodgers are set to catch a break in this series, similar to the break they caught in Washington. As far as the starting pitchers they're facing, they didn't see Max Scherzer. Obviously, they had to face Strasburg, but they saw a guy making his major league debut. They didn't see Scherzer. They didn't see Tanner Roark. Joe Ross was on the disabled list. Now they're not going to see this guy, Adam Wainwright, who's started to pitch much better lately. They're not going to see Carlos Martinez either, who's been St. Louis's best starter all season.
Yeah, Adam Wainwright was 3-3 with a 6.8 in his first 8 starts since coming off the injury, but 6-2 with a 2.58 lately. So it's a nice one to avoid.
Now, St. Louis really behind Wainwright and behind Mike Leake got off to a horrible start with their starting pitching this year. Over the first 2 months, they ranked 11th in the National League. But since the beginning of June, they're first, a run per game better from their starting staff. It was such a surprise those first 2 months of the year. It's like fouls it off, and it's 1-1. Last year, as a staff, they had a 2.99 ERA. That was the best staff ERA in Major League Baseball in 4 years. Having some fun down there right now.
They're ground ball machine pitchers, these starters. Cardinals as a staff have given up the fewest runs via home run. Anybody in the big leagues. A little over 31% of the runs that they give up come from home runs. They don't give up many long balls. Glanced it off that front foot, back in there pretty much in a hurry, so you know he didn't get him too bad.
Already has a base hit tonight, one of the 9 for LA, and on 1-2 he rips one towards the left field corner. That is a fair ball. Grandal's on the move. Holiday plays the carom on a double from Scott Van Slyke. Grandal holding at third, and they're at second and third in a tie game in the 6th.
Danny Demuth, the third base umpire, raised his arms as soon as that deflected off what assumed to be the wall, but looks like it gets over the wall on the bounce. So this was a ground rule double. Yasmani has no chance as it hits the foul pole right there. So that becomes a ground rule double.
And the second hit of the day for Van Slyke. Brings up McCarthy, who stays in with a go-ahead run 90 feet away in the 6th. Ball 1.
Has a chance to really help himself out because you got the infield in.
Fouls it off, 1-1. McCarthy's thrown 68 pitches, so plenty more left in the tank for him. And in part of the season where long starts have been at a premium for the Dodgers, Dave Roberts having him stay in there. The fact that there's only one out makes a difference as well. 1-2.
Not a bad pitch to squeeze on right here. Probably not, though, with Yasmani. I'm just thinking if I was in that body, I guess.
Two and two. After McCarthy, it's Chase Utley. Dodgers trying to go from down 2-1 to in front here in the 6th.
Probably looking to come back in, right? Well, they're going away.
McCarthy stays alive.
At 6'7" and those long arms and the long bat in your hand, I thought they'd come back to that fastball in and try and get a jam shot.
And you also have the outfield playing really shallow as well, and smart for the Cardinals, not only because who's up, but you also factor in who's at third base.
Yep. It's a heck of an at-bat from Brandon McCarthy. A lot of ways to get the job done in this situation for him. And he's seen 6 pitches from Wacha. Infield in for St. Louis and a tie game in the 6th. Upstairs, and it's a full count.
Now you've got some pressure on the mound. Trying to save the run the whole time, but now you actually work to a point where you could have bases loaded, 1 out if you don't execute a pitch. Brandon needs to look right down the middle.
Wow.
Good job. It was right down the middle. It was low, but
It's a strike. Got to fight that off.
Got to zone
Fight
him
it
in.
off. Put it in play.
Anything borderline probably should take, so you give Chase Utley a shot at this situation, but if it's down the middle, try and make contact.
Brandon McCarthy 5 of 87 in his career with a total of 5 RBIs. Working Wacha 3-2. Bounce back to the mound, and Wacha will throw him out.
Unlucky but good at bat by Brandon McCarthy. Fouling off some tough pitches, getting the count to 3-2, giving himself at least a chance to possibly knock a run in. Wacha just jammed him on that. Comebacker.
Not too many guys you'd want out before Chase Utley in this situation, though. 2nd and 3rd and 2 out, and a tie game in the 6th. And the series opener between these two teams trying to chase down playoff spots. Dodgers 13-7 in their last 20. That's tied for the best record in the NL during that stretch. They would be the first wild card team if the playoffs began today. The Cardinals would be a game out. Ball 1.
Well, he surely doesn't want to see the guy in the on-deck circle, that's for sure. He wants to attack Chase Utley. Corey Seager 3 for 3.
Swung at a ball, 1-1. Many years, many days in Philly where Utley was protecting Rollins in that Phillies lineup. Now it's Utley getting protected by Seager's growing reputation in that 2 spot. Wacha with a 1-1. 1-2. Grandal at 3rd. Van Slyke in second. And Molina out to talk with Waka.
Middle infielders are out there with the conversation. They might go no sign here, so there's no possibility of Scott Van Slyke to relay anything to Chase Utley in this key situation.
Here comes the 1-2. And Utley pops it up. Stephen Piscotty is there, and this inning comes to an end. But the Dodgers have tied the game on Howie Kendrick's leadoff home run against Waka. An opposite field solo shot, his 5th of the season, and it's 2-2 in St. Louis. Dodgers and Rays face off, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance get a bobblehead featuring Kenta Maeda, courtesy of San Manuel Indian Bingo and Casino. Arrive early for special pregame performances. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Brandon McCarthy has allowed only 1 hit over his 5 innings. The 1 hit was an Aledmys Diaz 2-run single in the 3rd. Dodgers have tied the game on a Howie Kendrick solo homer. And McCarthy trying to keep the momentum from LA, tying the issue in the top of this inning.
He not only probably had to come back from the DL 1 start early with Clayton Kershaw going down, but since returning, he has been outstanding. This is impressive what he has done since coming back from TJ. The command has been great, the strikeout to walk ratio, the velocity, the movement, the secondary stuff did not have to come along. It was there when he arrived.
An injury-plagued season for this team. Brandon McCarthy, godsend for the Dodgers. Strike 1 on Tommy Pham. And really, it was a surprise when McCarthy was activated. You said it, probably a start too early. He was lined up to make at least another rehab start. But when Kershaw went down, he said, hey, I'll go. And he went. It was great. Tommy Pham on the ground foul, and it's 0-2. That first start back was against Colorado. And first start back takes on greater meaning when you're coming back from Tommy John surgery. It was his first start in 14 months. Final pitch that he threw before the Tommy John surgery was hit for a home run. It was 0-2 to Pham. Is swung on and missed for strike 3. He said that.
Go ahead, sorry.
He was saying that he was just happy after he got the first batter coming back from Tommy John that, you know what, my final batter that I'll ever face wasn't a home run.
Well, I was just saying, we talked about when Clayton Kershaw went on the DL, how a guy is going to have to start picking it up to help out with Clayton being down, and you were wondering who was really going to step up, and it's been Brandon McCarthy. He's been unbelievable.
Now Ledmys Diaz was the only hit today, fouls it off.
The other positive news at that time was getting back Ryu. But now, you know, anytime you have Clayton Kershaw on the DL, the rotation on the DL is better than the active rotation. You got Clayton Kershaw, you got Brett Anderson, you got Alex Wood, you got Ryu now back on there. I mean, if that was your rotation for the Dodgers and you filled in with some young guys, you'd be like, that's fantastic.
That's a tough bounce that Turner picks.
But now, you know, in this series here, we're going to have Brandon McCarthy on the mound tonight doing a fine job, Kenta Maeda, and then Scott Kazmir, and all three of those guys are throwing the ball very well and have come to the rescue during this time when Clayton has been down.
Nine in a row retired now since Diaz had that 2-run single. And Stephen Piscotty, who is 0 for 2. Ball 1. McCarthy said he even kind of stepped off the mound after he struck out. I think it was Charlie Blackmon in the first game back from Tommy John, and smiled to himself. And he's had a light moment where he thought, at least my last batter phase didn't hit a homer off me. A pop up and a 1-2-3-6. Brandon McCarthy with a 7-pitch inning and a tie game. We march on to the 7th. To the 7th inning, it's Kevin Segras that comes on for his 40th outing this year to face 2, 3, and 4 in the Dodger order, with Corey Seager ready to lead it off. Trying to build off of this 3-hit performance, fresh off of the few days with the flu. He's got 3 singles, and as usual, he's made it look easy.
A sweet swing, uses the lower half real well. He's had an accurate bat ever since he's gotten to the big leagues, really ever since he's been drafted and thrust into the LA spotlight, and continues to perform whether healthy, sick, and they're sick and coming back. And that was a look at our Carl's Cam replay. Thank you, Carl's.
Thank you, Oral.
Are you serious?
Here's Seager to lead off the 7th.
Love you, brother.
Strike 1 from Segras.
Happy a birthday a day early, Mr. Noma.
Thank you. Not there yet.
How young are you?
I'll be 43.
So you're 42.
Right now.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Here's There's an 0-1. Yeah, that's ball one. Well, the bullpen for St. Louis this year has been a weak point. The biggest thing is that their closer, Trevor Rosenthal, has not been close to what he was the last 2 years when he led baseball in saves. Seager's to the 1-1. And it spins inside, 2 balls and 1 strike. So the 9th inning becomes an issue because of Rosenthal. They've had to remove him from the 9th inning. And then your problem's not just the 9th inning, because there's the trickle-down effect from there. They moved O into the closer's role. That means you got to move somebody else into the 8th. And on and on and on. 2-2.
That has been the great thing about having the Rock in our bullpen. Second best bullpen in the National League as of now. The Nationals took over a little bit in the last series, but of having Kenley Jansen down there anchoring our bullpen.
Bounced up the middle, and it is Wong that throws across his body late. Seager's got a 4-for-4 night. Infield single this time.
Well, if he lacking any energy from having that stomach bug, he's not getting any rest because he's on base all the time, finding ways. Corey Seager he's fun to watch. Really is. Swing the bat, play defense.
Swings a bat with a steering wheel on it, and he hits balls with eyes in them.
And that is 7 consecutive hits for Seager when you go back to Arizona on Sunday. Justin Turner with a go-ahead run on base here in the 7th. And Turner pops one off the end of the bat. Matt Adams at first.
Justin Turner frustrated with himself, knowing that he went after a bad pitch or early in the count, especially after you just got your leadoff runner on base.
So 1 gone for Adrian Gonzalez in a 2-2 game in the 7th. Giants, by the way, have rallied to tie it in New York, 2-2. But the Yankees, as I say that, look up and have scored a run to retake the lead. 3-2 Yankees over the Giants in the 8th at Yankee Stadium. Gonzalez 0 for 2 with a walk today. Seager's throws. Ball 1. This is Seager's 3rd career 4-hit game. His first 4-hit game was in his 9th career game at Arizona last year. And he had a 4-for-5 performance June 24th in Pittsburgh. (2-0) on Gonzalez.
With that run being scored in New York, the Giants will have the pleasure of hitting off Aroldis Chapman and his 105-mile-an-hour fastball from the other night.
Yeah, falling behind New York, not fun. That is after they deal with Andrew Miller in the 8th, right? They actually tied the game against All-Star Dellin Betances in the 7th.
Andrew Miller's what, about 98, 97, 98.
Betances up there too.
Yeah. And then
the Yankees
105.
You know, the Yankees are 7 games out, and everybody's wondering, are they going to be buyers? Are they going to be sellers? I don't see how they can be sellers in New York, but if they become sellers, that's those bullpen pieces of the crown jewels of their team.
See if Gonzalez gets one to drive on. 2-0 from Seager's. Bounce softly. Nice play by Adams to spin and throw, but the wide throw means they just get 1. Yeah, the Yankees, if you were a fan of the Yankees selling, they've gotten hot at the wrong time, because it was looking like it was becoming a sure thing that they were going to sell. They were below 500 going into the All-Star break. I think they're right at 500 going into the All-Star break. But gotten hot and kind of eased back into the standings, into the wild card picture.
Well, they're 7 out, and they're 5.5 out in the wild card, so Still some depth there, but a lot of time.
What they decide to do can going to be the domino for the rest of the trade season. As Howie Kendrick looks at ball one.
I took a glance at the standings today and just thought about who do I think sellers are and who are buyers. And right now, with the wild card the way it is, there are 18 teams within 9 games of their division or a wild card. That pretty much is close to the borderline where you think, okay, there's no chance. So only 12 sellers right now, I think. There might be others that are saying they're on the fence and might get convinced in the next 8-9 days. This will be high demand from the sellers.
Here's a 2-0 and Kendrick takes ball 3.
I think that's really important for Dodger fans because everybody's always looking, okay, what trades are going to happen and what are they going to do to try to improve the team, and then especially with the Dodgers, the injuries they're dealing with. So there's raising a lot of questions, and it's just not that easy, especially with the addition of that extra wild card. And as you mentioned, you're looking at just possibly 12 teams right now.
12 that are for sure out. Yep.
On 3-0, Kendrick takes ball 4. The Dodgers have 2 on with 2 out here in the 7th against Seagrass.
Very nimble and nice move by the front office acquiring Bud Norris so early and so quickly when Clayton went down. Bud had a rough last outing, but the ones prior to that was real solid. His first outing in a Dodger uniform was stellar.
There's Bud. They'll start again against Tampa Bay back at Dodger Stadium. Here in the 7th, we're tied at 2 with runners at first and second. And 2 gone for Yasmani Grandal, who was singled twice tonight. Seagrass has lost command. Ball 1.
Tired of traffic. We need to get in the carpool lane, get this thing going. We've got plenty of traffic on the bases. We need some runs.
11 hits, 2 walks. On 1-0, Grandal takes ball 2.
So far, they've coming into this inning, they've left 8 men on base, 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And the Dodgers coming into this game, they ranked 19th in major leagues with runners in scoring position and ranked 29th with runners in scoring position and 2 outs.
And hitting below 200 in that situation.
Grandal trying to buck that trend. This inning started with a Corey Seager single. He was replaced at first on a fielder's choice ground out from him. And then Howie Kendrick walked to put him at first and second here. Both these teams have had a lot of 1-run decisions go against them this season. Seth Mena starts to loosen. Both teams find themselves in another tight one in this series opener. Here comes a 2-0. Strike 1. Grandal, number 3 in the majors or in the National League in OPS in July. And he works ahead, 3 balls and 1 strike. Those numbers are on the strength of 6 home runs this month. July historically has been Grandal's best month as a big leaguer. He was hot this month last year before that August injury. Seagrass deals 3-1 and Grandal swings through a fastball, 3-2.
Money gets into a hitter's count, 3-1, and let it fly. He tried to knock everybody in on that swing, including himself.
Runners will take off on this 3-2. Grandal flies it to right, and the Dodgers' issues with men in scoring position continue. Stretch time in St. Louis, and the Cardinals and Dodgers are tied at 2.
the place I like, the Spa slow-mo cam. Fastball location, the key with your fastball. You want to throw strikes, but then when you get in counts to make pitches, you want to make pitches to the inside or to the outside, and especially to lefties, get it up and in so you can jam them, because the two-seamer has been good. Brandon McCarthy's been excellent throwing strikes and commanding the baseball.
So he pitches into the 7th inning for the first time. That's returning from that Tommy John surgery. Had the 6th inning outing on Saturday in Arizona, and afterwards, in his meeting with the press, said, yeah, it's nice to go 6, but naturally, you hope the next step is working into the 7th, and that's exactly what he's done. Now you look at the pitch count, 75. He's not thrown more than 77 in a game. So you hope that he can be efficient here in the 7th as he goes through the meat of this Cardinals order, which has scored more runs per game than any other lineup in the National League this month. Holiday's 0 for 2 today, and is 0 for 10 against McCarthy career now. Strike one. With every pitch that he throws, with every inning that he goes, looking how he's looking, he looks like a bigger and bigger shot in the arm for this Dodger team. Here's 0-1 pitch. Painted, strike two. Grandal sets away, and a breaking ball is flipped foul.
When you look at the best run differential from the 7th inning on in the major leagues, the Cardinals have the best at a +56. They've scored 176 runs from the 7th inning on. Now's the crunch time, but only 2 below them, 3rd in the major leagues, are the Dodgers.
Holiday digs that one off of the plate and rolls it to Seager. One gone, which is amazing when you consider how bad the back end of the bullpen has been for St. Louis, because that note you gave us wasn't just runs scored, it was run differential in the late innings.
They had 176 runs scored, but they have 120 runs allowed. So the offense has really picked up that bullpen in the back end.
So 6 1/3 for McCarthy now. It is officially his longest outing. Here is Matt Adams. Ball one. Longer and longer each start. Two and 0 on Adams, who has broken Dodger hearts before. 7th inning. Of course, that 3-run homer against Kershaw in Game 4 of the NLDS a couple of years back. Take the Cardinals from down 2-0 to up 3-2 to win that game and send them on to the NLCS. Since then, it's been a roller coaster for him. He was injured most of last season, and he's had to battle for playing time this year. Started out slowly, then got hot for a stretch. But since early June, he's hitting just 143. Had to endure an 0 for 27 stretch. McCarthy on 3-0. Finds the corner for a strike.
He's always been a streaky hitter, but the slumps have been longer than the hot streaks this year.
3-1. And he walked it. One out walk to Matt Adams. 3rd free pass issued by McCarthy. Adam Liberatore, Mr. Reliable out there in that Dodger bullpen, starts to loosen here in the 7th.
Dave Robertson, the point of the game where he's processing a lot of different things. who to get up in the bullpen, when he wants to use people, watching the game and adjusting. Consulting with all his lieutenants, Rick Honeycutt, Bob Guerin. Checking in with George Lombard on where he wants the outfielders, and now really having to come out here and check on Brandon McCarthy maybe.
Grandal waved him back. He was headed out there. It's uncharted territory, and now they do want Roberts to come out. He's thrown 8 more pitches than he's thrown in an outing this year. Nathan Lucero, the trainer, out as well.
I think he's dealing with like a right leg cramp or something. Tried to stretch it before Yasmani called him out.
We know what the way to fix this is.
Got to bring out the pickle juice and the hot mustard. Yeah, put the heel on the ground, trying to get it out of there. Lana talked about it in Washington. Different guys getting cramps and how you've got to hydrate 2-3 days prior to going out on the mound to get it into the cellular level. You just can't start drinking water the day you arrive in heat and think, oh, that night it'll be fine. You've got to stay hydrated throughout the whole season.
So it was Kazmir the other night that had the cramping and went down in the clubhouse, and the Dodger medical staff, led by the strength and conditioning coach Brandon McDaniel, who had time in the military as a strength coach and learned a little quick fix there where you drink pickle juice and squirt mustard into your mouth and it's supposed to fix cramps. But the fact that he's at 85 pitches, he's already 8 past anything that he's gone since the Tommy John surgery. They'll play it safe and go into the bullpen in a 2-2 game here in the 7th inning. It will be Adam Liberatore to enter the contest for Los Angeles. At LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. So Brandon McCarthy leaves with what looks like his cramping in that right leg. After 6 1/3, his longest outing since returning from Tommy John surgery. And the lone hit that he allows produces the 2 runs that he allows. 2-2 the score. Bottom of the 7th. And with a runner at first, Adam Liberatore inherits a 1-0 count. Liberatore has 27 consecutive scoreless outings, which is a Dodger record. And he leads all major league relievers with that 0.56 earned run average.
You know, last year, come into games with the same great stuff and a lot of 1-0, 2-0, 2-1 counts, battle back, maybe have to give in. This year, attacking, strike 1, 0-2, and putting guys away.
He gets Yadier Molina. And again, the count is 1-0 as he stands in. Molina is 0 for 2. Will try to extend a 7-game hitting streak in what has been a down offensive season for him. 13-year major league veteran, turned 34 a couple of weeks ago. As Adams at first with 1 gone in a tie game in the 7th. But here comes Liberatore. Molina pops it up. 1 pitch for Liberatore to get him to fly out to Kendrick. 2 gone. So 2 outs for Jed Jerko. You know, Alana Rizzo talked to Justin Turner after his big game yesterday, and she asked him about Adam Liberatore and what he's meant to this team. And Justin said it's a whole lot of fun when you see him come into the game because this team has so much confidence in him right now. It's been so long since there's been any blemish against him.
Adam feels it too. He's in a zone. Over this time, you've never seen his personality really change. He's locked and loaded to what his habits are during the day prior to the game. He hasn't all of a sudden gone from a quiet guy to now all of a sudden he thinks he has a voice in the clubhouse. He has stayed consistent to his personality, whether it was when he was struggling to make this team or to stay in the big leagues, or whether he'd been on a streak like this. He's been steady as a rock.
He started this season in Oklahoma City. Was called up a couple of weeks into the year and has turned into a lockdown piece in this bullpen. 1 on with 2 gone in the 7th. Coming inside to Jerko with an 0-1. Upstairs, ball 1. Of course, the streak almost ended the other night. Daniel Murphy hit a double off the very top of the wall in Washington, D.C. But as with any streaks, you have those moments where you can look back on and say, remember that spot where it almost ended? I know you had a few of those during your run, Oral.
Yeah, a few.
Comes a 1-1. 1-2. Single runs for the Dodgers in the 1st and in the 6th. Cardinals got their 2 runs in the 3rd. It's a tie game in which the Dodgers are out hitting the Cards 11-1. 1-2. Jerko hits it gently. This will be a tough play. Turner with a bare hand across his body, not in time. Infield single for Jed Jerko. And the inning kept alive for a pinch hitter.
Well, Adam Liberatore makes the correct pitch. Doesn't hit, breaks the bat, but what a tremendous effort by Justin Turner with the bare hand. Good throw across his body. I mean, playing deep as you're supposed to, because Jerko has some power. You're not going to be at the 3rd baseline. You're not going to be in. There's 2 strikes on him. That's all Justin Turner could do. And now Adam Liberatore really has to bear down here and keep doing what he's been doing all year long. Make some quality pitches.
Instead of Colton Wong, it's Randall Grichuk, who had a breakout season last year. Hit 17 home runs in about 100 games. But like Wong, as Rick Honeycutt comes out to the mound and talk with Liberatore about the plan against Grichuk, like Wong, Grichuk has a stint in the minors this year. He was hitting .206 in mid-June, so they sent him down to AAA, and he was going to be there a lot longer than he wound up being, but Cardinals' hand was forced because of other injuries. He came up after 3 weeks and is hitting above 300 since that minor league stint.
7th inning on, the Cardinals lead baseball with batting average. Nomar, you talked about how they hit well with runners in scoring position and runners in scoring position with 2 outs, but they also Hit very well here at the tail end of the game.
Grichuk with a ton of raw power. A lot of homers, a lot of strikeouts. 2 on, 2 out in the 7th. And Liberatore's first one to him. Down the middle, strike 1. Grichuk said in that trip to the minors, he went back and watched video of his huge minor league season from 2 years ago. Helped him rediscover his rhythm and his timing, regained his confidence. Here comes an 0-1. A little bit outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cardinals AAA squad is in Memphis, Tennessee. Grichuk got in his pickup truck, drove down there, did the few weeks in AAA, drove the pickup truck back, and has been huge since returning. Off of the bench tonight in a big spot in the 7th. One and 2.
You're on a streak like this, like Adam is, you're not going to get any easy outings. They're not going to use you when the team's getting blown out. They're not going to use you probably when you're down by 2 or so. They're going to use you when it's tied, late, or when it's 1 run or 2 run up and it's late. You're going to earn your money.
Here's the 1-2. Grichuk back up the middle, but Utley is there. Throws to first. Not in time. Utley couldn't find the bag. Chose at the last second to throw to first, and it pulled Gonzalez wide.
You know, the interesting thing is Utley goes to see if he can beat Jerko to second base, and then as he was going, Adrian Gonzalez was off the bag thinking it might go up the middle, so he's going to be the relay. So Adrian wasn't there. So Chase actually makes a good throw to first. Just Adrian wasn't at the bag because he was preparing in case it went up the middle to be the relay guy to home plate.
Just a half a step away there at second and a half a step away at first. A very rare play. You hardly ever see that play.
So the base is now loaded. They're taking a look at this at first.
You will see this sometimes on a possible double play where the second baseman or shortstop will continue on to the second base bag and go for it anyway and let the umpire at second make the call one way or another.
No, I don't think Adrian beats him to the bag. I think right check right there. Yeah, you can see right there. That's a good angle right there and see that he's safe.
So loaded up with 2 gone after the infield single from Grichuk. And with the pitcher's spot up now, it's another pinch hitter and Greg Garcia coming up. Garcia's average has been above 300 all season. Adams at third, Jerko at second, Grichuk at first. Ball 1.
Fortunate didn't hit him right there. Left on left situation. If the hitter is really concentrating on staying in on a breaking ball, that ball could have very easily grazed him.
fouled it off his ankle, crumbles to the ground, 1-1. Garcia up and down between the majors and AAA this year. "26 years old, his third year with major league time. He's a guy that was around a 200 hitter over limited action his first 2 seasons. But having a big year this year. And like a lot of his teammates, has been good in clutch situations. Liberators 1-1. Broken bat, Hopper to third. Turner's got it across the diamond, and Liberators out of another jam. Brandon McCarthy watches as Adam Liberator walks off with yet another scoreless outing. We remain tied to the 8th. Dodgers calendar, 2 more here in St. Louis tomorrow night, and then on Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Off day Monday, back home to take on the Tampa Bay Rays. Having a really tough season on Tuesday night. So Greg Garcia, after pinch hitting last inning, remains in the game and will play second. And the old Dodger, Jonathan Broxton, is part of this bullpen for St. Louis now. Checks into the game to pitch the 8th against the bottom third of the Dodger order. Jock Peterson 0 for 3. Dodgers have had their opportunities in this game. Out hitting the Cardinals 11-3, but they're 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. First one from Broxton. Peterson hits it gently back to him. Broxton spent the first 7 years of his career with the team that drafted him in the Dodgers. They took him in the 2nd round at a high school in Georgia. Made a much anticipated debut right after his 21st birthday. Actually, it was against St. Louis at Dodger Stadium in 2005. Went from the Dodgers to the Royals, then the Reds, the Brewers, here to the Cardinals last year. Ball 1 on Scott Van Slyke. Another good night for Van Slyke. That average above 250 for the first time. On 1-0. Jam shot. At second, it's Garcia. 2 up, 2 down. Andrew Toles to bat in the 9th spot. Strike one. Joe Blanton getting ready for the bottom of the 8th. Toll shoots it just foul, and it's 0-2. Major league debut for Toles right before the All-Star break. Only 24 years old. With a double on the first pitch that he saw of Andrew Cashner in his debut game. Broxton misses away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two.
Very small margin for error now. This point in the game, tied at 2-2. Got to make one more quality swing than the opposing team. You got to make one more quality pitch compared to the opposing team. Most plays like extra innings already.
Toles shoots it, diving play at third. Jerko throws to first, late. Look at the speed from Andrew Toles. Heck of a play by Jerko, but Toles beats it out for an infield single.
I didn't think he was going to get Toles with that speed, but what he did do is he saved extra bases, and Toles getting into scoring position with that fine play by Jerko. Great effort. Toles out of the box. And the way that was hit down the line, if it goes down there, with Toles' speed, there's a possibility of a triple there.
I think we're going to get to see his speed again here with 2 out and he on first. Tie game. There's no problem with him taking the risk of trying to get a good jump and steal this base early in this count.
Especially with Chase Utley, leadoff runner. I mean, leadoff batter in the game.
Yadier Molina, still one of the best at throwing runners out. Waiting on this first pitch from Jonathan Broxton. He's thinking the same thing you guys are.
Yeah, even with Molina behind the plate with this situation here, I still think it's worth the risk. Broxton's a big fella. He's not really known for being quick to the plate.
Chase Utley taking a ball.
The other thing in this situation, as you said, everything's perfect for him to go ahead and try. And also, what it allows to is, you never know what Toles goes up and down the way roster moves. But even back, let's say back in September, when you expand the roster and you're going to need that stolen base or that pinch runner, you want to know if he's the guy you can turn to as well. So here's a perfect opportunity to get that feel. Just when everybody knows you're going, can you still steal the bat?
On 1-0, Utley shows bunt and spins out of the way of ball 2.
Utley was thinking the same thing. That's why he spun around. He's like, let me see if I can get my bat in the face of Molina. So he's thinking that he might go there because that's the opportunity. This is what Dave Roberts was so great at in his career.
Of course, he's most known for stolen base. The 2-0 to Chase Utley. Low strike, 2-1. Dave's famous steal came and everybody knew he was going too in the 2004 ALCS.
Look at that pitch. I mean, even Chase Utley, he looked back at home plate umpire Mike Estabrook and he's like, that's away. You can see right there, it definitely was away. Should be 3-0 on him right now.
There he goes. And Utley bounces it foul.
And that's what's frustrating right there as a hitter. Because, okay, he goes there, but going on 1 strike, Chase Utley has to protect. He doesn't want to fall behind with 2 strikes. That's why it was so key to go early. That's why they're picking off over there. That's why Chase Utley did what he did. He was trying to do it before he got a strike on him, because it's so hard for him to lay off. Now he's thinking, okay, well, if you're not going, or even if you do, I got 1 strike. I got to go do what I'm supposed to. I got to try to get a base hit and keep this inning alive.
So it's 2-2 now, with 2 gone and a tie game in the 8th. He runs again, and Utley strikes out swinging. A 2-out single from Tolles, but he's stranded at first. And we go to the bottom of the 8th, locked at 2. On Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. Joe Blanton is the 3rd Dodger pitcher of the night, replacing Adam Liberatore, who extends his consecutive scoreless outing streak to 28 games. One superlative to another. Joe Blanton's opponent's average of 145. His 2nd best in the majors. Top of the Cardinals order. Blanton to Tommy Pham. Strike 1. Ball 1.
How the reputation of all of our bullpen pieces has changed. Joe Blanton was like, what are they doing? Why they signed him? Luis Coleman, what are we hoping he does this year? The scouts in front office did a great job with these different pieces of recognizing when they started to get it back together and then acquiring them and getting them over here and knowing they had bullets left.
One of the top bullpens in baseball earned run average wise. But a lot of work for this pen the last couple of months.
You also got to give a lot of credit to Dave Roberts as well. He's also recognizing that, okay, what he had to maybe change things up, guys he can depend on in certain situations and put other people in different situations for their confidence and to be able to succeed.
Yeah, it's an intricate puzzle to put together a good bullpen.
Pham with a fly ball to right center field. Peterson on the move, lays out and makes the play. It's been a rough night at the plate for Jock, but he just took away extra bases from Pham in a tie game in the 8th. It is our top tier play brought to you by Arco.
It's one thing when you're struggling at the plate, you try to figure out other ways that I can help the team, and this is how you help the team. Definitely a phenomenal play by Jock Peterson, where he started, the ground he covered, sacrificing the body. And he is fired up because he knows that's helping.
Ball one on Diaz.
You watch the reaction right here. He's not redecorating the dugout after this. He's cheering it like, yes, I did something.
Diaz lays down a bunt. A lead miss. Diaz.
Smart play. You got the infield back, figuring out a way to get the job done, get on somehow. You see where Justin Turner's playing. He lays it perfectly down the third base line. Even if Justin Turner was in a little bit, that would have been a tough play. That was just well placed by Diaz.
Yeah, he did a good job not flirting with the foul line when he knows he's got a gift hit if he just gets it in the general area and firm enough.
National League's 4th leading hitter, and he bunts for a single. So St. Louis has the tying run or the go-ahead run on here in the 8th. And Stephen Piscotty, who launched a 3-run homer to tie the game last night in the 8th inning, fouls off the first one from Blanton.
Joe Blanton's feeling good getting that ball back right now. That was a hanger right there. This young man's got some light tower power. He doesn't look like McGuire, but when McGuire wore this uniform, he hit him a long way. And this guy, they say he can put on a show.
On a 1. Keeps this one down. 1 ball, 1 strike. The home run for Piscotty last night came on the anniversary of his major league debut. Broke in when Matt Holliday was injured last year. Here comes the 1-1. Fly ball to left field. Back on it is Kendrick. Still going back at the wall. And no big deal for out number 2. Tagging is Diaz, and he'll take second.
Just got underneath it. Had Howie Kendrick going back on that. You see it right here. Just missed it. But I'll tell you what, Diaz, once again, a tremendous job after that bunt getting on base, but to get into scoring position on that deep fly ball to left field, tagging up, making it to second.
Ball player.
Yeah, that's smart. And for Howie Kendrick, it was hard for him because the way that ball was hit and had to carry, it was hard for him to really get behind it and then to get a running start or to get momentum to get a throw to second base, because you saw him go back, and it was almost to the wall. It just kept carrying. Watch Howie. Okay, he's going back thinking, okay, well, wait a minute. Am I underneath it yet? I'm not. It just kept carrying for him.
Yeah, and you hope as you're drifting back like that and you feel your spikes hit the dirt that you don't reach up and feel the wall and then run out of room. Matt Holliday swings and fouls it back, strike 1. Figured this would be a fun weekend, and it's not disappointed through 8 innings. Dodgers and Cardinals are tied at 2 in the bottom of the 8th. They've gone final in New York. The Yankees have beaten the Giants 3-2. Another opportunity for the Dodgers to gain a game. With a win, they would draw to within 3 of San Francisco. Blanton's 0-1. Ball 1. One and two.
He is doing a good job keeping the ball down. I know he's wanting to keep the ball away, but if you're going to keep the ball away from Matt Holliday, you have to keep it down. He's a very solid up and away hitter, but you do make him change his posture a little bit when he swings the bat if you keep it down by his knees or slightly below. You're going to take a shot inside off the plate right here just to set something else up, or maybe jam him. This is a nice count to do it in.
That's one thing about Matt Holliday. You keep going out there, he recognizes that you're staying away from him, and he's one strong enough to lean out. Even if he's extended, he's so strong.
That's why Joe pulled it out there. He's like, I'm not making a mistake on the edge of the plate. Be off the edge and down.
Diaz is second with 2 gone. Here comes a 2-2. Holliday takes it in the dirt. The count is full. Matt Adams is on deck. Here comes a payoff. Holliday lines one into center. Peterson measures it up and makes the catch to end the inning. It was Jock's catch to begin the inning that deserves credit for this game being still tied at 2. Fan drove under the gap. They say don't take a slumping bat into the field with you. It's a great example of not doing that.
As he leads off the 9th inning. Coming up next, Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by Nissan. The guys break down this one. Brandon McCarthy's strong outing. We'll certainly talk about Corey Seager at the plate, the job the bullpen is doing right now, and hopefully a Dodgers win. I'll be in the clubhouse talking to Dave Roberts and the guys. Joe?
All right, Alana. It's been a fun game. Looks like they're having a fun time in the studio. Getting ready for the post game. A 2-2 score as we start the 9th inning. And Mike Matheny goes to his closer. Soon-Won Oh has taken over this job with all the issues Trevor Rosenthal has had this year. Oh starts off Corey Seager with ball 1. Seager with his 3rd career 4-hit game tonight. He's had a hit in 7 consecutive at-bats. The major league record for consecutive plate appearances with a hit, 8. A high drive to center sends Pham back. He's got room. Going to be McDowell back in 1985 with the Rangers. Had a hit in 8 consecutive plate appearances. Take a look at tomorrow's probables, brought to you by your Southern California Chevy dealers. It's Kenta Maeda for the Dodgers. It's Mike Leake, former Giant, former Red, for the Cardinals.
A couple of guys that are a little smaller in stature, but they both have very loose arms and both can spin the ball very well, get ground balls. And Leake's got a very good breaking ball like Kenta.
Leake's been one of the starting pitchers, has gotten better and better lately for St. Louis. Ball 1 on Justin Turner.
And when it's late in the ball game like this, you're middle of the lineup like Turner and Gonzalez, especially Turner, the way he's been swinging. He's looking for a ball that he can possibly hit out early in the count.
Like that?
Yep.
O's got a little hesitation in his delivery, almost like Clayton Kershaw when he brings his leg kick down to the bottom, as we watch Justin try and pick on that hanging breaking ball. A lot of people hesitate as they raise their leg up, but not as they bring it down right there.
Turner flies it to center. Pham moving back on it. Still going at the wall. Justin Turner has done it again. This one breaks the tie in the 9th inning.
When you're swinging it that well, when you're feeling it, you saw the pitch before. He takes the big hack, trying to hit it out, and then gets a pitch he can handle. What was impressive was the first one, okay, it was an off speed. He pulled off a little bit, but this one, have enough confidence in your power and the way you've been swinging it to take it back up the middle and hit it out in center field.
This one really surprised me the way it carried.
It's his 12th home run in his last 29 games to lead the majors.
Fastball that he just absolutely crushes.
And now Kenley Jansen starts to get loose. That is only the 2nd home run Soon-Won Oh has allowed in 49 games this year. And Gonzalez down on strikes, 2 away. It was Howie Kendrick's home run that tied this game back in the 6th. Strike 1. Cardinals will have 5, 6, and 7 due up in the bottom of the 9th inning against Jansen. Adams, Molina, Jerko. 1-1.
Dodgers start the road trip thinking you got to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's Arizona. That didn't happen. You go into some games in Washington, you start to say, okay, these are measuring stick games. We got to respond to the series in Arizona. Well, they come out of there with 2 out of 3 beat Strasburg. Now you come in here to St. Louis. They're hot. You're still on the road in your 3rd city. They are really meeting the challenge. A team that everybody said, can they beat the teams above 500? They only beat up on the weak ones. The veterans came to play lately. Turned the tide on this whole season, especially offensively. You lose Clayton, and you think, oh my gosh, here we go. from that day forward, they have played really well.
Kendrick takes strike 3, doesn't like it. But the Dodgers have retaken the lead on a Justin Turner home run. His 5th home run in 7 games on this road trip. None bigger than this, the dead center. Fasten those seatbelts onto the bottom of the 9th in a 3-2 game. #1 live streaming sports service delivers everything you've come to expect and more. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. It includes a free subscription to AppBat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Justin Turner's home run brings Kenley Jansen into the game. 3-2 to the bottom of the 9th in St. Louis. In Jansen's 44th outing, we'll see him face Adams, Molina, and Jerko.
The last outing he was locked in, found the release point on his cutter. Remember, he's dealt with the flu bug also. He's coming back from the All-Star game, his first one.
He starts Adams with a strike. Adams is 0 for 2 today. Walked his last time. Cardinals trying to capture some 9th inning magic for the 2nd night in a row. Kenley trying to shut it down, and he's ahead of Adams 0-2. Cardinals scored 4 runs in the 8th to tie it last night, and then won it in the 9th. But the Padres don't have this guy or that guy. 0-2.
You watch people take their swings and try and pick Kenley Jansen's ball up. He hides the ball very well. He gets down the hill with that large frame of his, and his 93, the hitter's reaction is more like he's throwing 97.
Grandal couldn't squeeze it. We'll do the 1-2 again.
So many guys throw the ball 98 and don't have as unsure of swings as Kenley gets at 93, 94. He's just hard to pick up. Hides his arm as he breaks his hands behind his body and really gets down the hill in front of the rubber.
As a hitter, with somebody who releases it that far, it's really not, you're not peeking at the board and say how hard is he pitching. You're just going, can I pick it up? What can I do, and what adjustments do I have to make, especially with a guy who has a cutter that way, and it's a late cutter.
There's velocity, and then there's perceived velocity, which is something teams are trying to measure these days. 2-2 on Adams, leading off the ninth. And the count is full.
For every 1 foot you get closer to the hitter, it's 3 miles an hour relative velocity to the hitter's eyes. If you have mechanics where you have a short stride and you really don't get down the hill, you might lose relative velocity of 3 to 5 miles an hour.
Bounce to first. Gonzalez has it. He'll feed Jansen, and there's one away. Dodgers dropped 2 of 3 in Arizona. 1-2 of 3 in Washington, beating Steven Strasburg yesterday. And here they are with a 3-2 lead in the ninth against St. Louis. Yadier Molina to the plate with 1 out.
Right now, after that play, you have Justin Turner coming into the mound. You had Adrian Gonzalez follow Kenley all the way to the mound. That's to give Kenley some rest after having to go cover first base, making sure he's all right, taking some time.
Molina lifts one to left center. Kendrick moves over. He's got it. And the Dodgers an out away from taking a 1-0 series lead. So far, so good for Jansen. Jed Jerko to the plate now, who's 0 for 1 tonight, but has reached twice with a walk and a single.
6.5 back of the Giants at the break. Possibly 7 games into the second half, or the post All-Star break half. You got a chance to be only 3 back. I don't think anybody thought it could happen that quick.
Jerko drills it, and this game is tied.
I don't know if it's a 4-seamer or a cutter that doesn't cut. It looks like it's a cutter that backs up a little bit. Maybe they're going 4-seamer away and just powering it by him, but you can see Yasmani's glove leaks back to the middle part of the plate and really over the inside corner, and Jerko did not miss it. The big fella did not want to throw the ball there, and he knows it.
And now Mike Matheny will send Jeremy Hazelbaker to the batter's box. Former Dodger farmhand had a huge start to this season. Went back down to the minors and back up this week with the injuries. Jansen's second blown save of the trip. Second time it's happened with him 1 out away from locking up the save. His 5th this year, 1 year after he blew only 2. He's 0-1. And Hazelbaker fouls it off, 0-2.
It's that fine line you walk as a closer. As a late inning guy in the 8th inning, a setup guy. Not room for many mistakes.
So now you hope for a different outcome than the last time he blew one. When the Diamondbacks wound up winning it in extras. Can they try and get it to extras, where the Dodgers will try and win it? 0-2.
He's got him in swing mode. He's up there in the upper part of the strike zone, even for a ball. I think he needs to go even higher right here. You don't want to let the adrenaline of the disappointment make you overthrow and then miss your spot right here. It's more about location.
Hazelbaker has 3 pinch hit home runs this season. As for time. Another 0-2. Grandal, Peterson, and Van Slyke would bat in the 10th for Los Angeles.
Something like that happens to you, your body kind of goes numb, your mind can go numb, and you just got to do something to turn it around and get back into competing. There's no time to take a breath.
Kelly not liking the signs Grandal's putting down. A frustrated shake and an 0-2. Got it. So he gets Hazelbaker, but Jed Jerko, a half inning after Justin Turner puts the Dodgers in front with his solo shot, hits a solo shot of his own to send it to extras. And we go to the 10th, tied at 3. Back here in St. Louis, Justin Turner took O deep to put the Dodgers in front 3-2. And then Kenley Jansen, after getting the first 2 men in the bottom of the 9th inning, on the first pitch to Jed Jerko, gives up this game-tying homer. So now how do the Dodgers respond? On Saturday in Phoenix, they wound up dropping that game in extras after Jansen blew the save to the Diamondbacks. We'll see what they do here on this Friday night in St. Louis as the rookie Matt Bowman comes in. Only the 4th extra innings game the Cardinals have played this year. Yasmani Grandal to begin the frame. Here's Bowman's first pitch, and there's strike 1.
The real key here for the Dodgers right now is it's really easy to get into a big swing mode thinking, okay, I'm going to be the one to put us ahead. Think about with one swing I can hit a home run. We're here getting toward the bottom of the lineup, and even if it's not bottom of the lineup, it doesn't matter. That shouldn't be on your mind right now. I know I mentioned it because you think about the part of the game with Justin Turner coming up, and he got that swing and it was just early, but now it's just a matter of getting on base and trying to produce a run.
The 1-1, and Grandal turns his shoulder on an inside fastball. He's ahead of the count, 2-1. Yasmani is 2 for 4 today with a pair of singles. And waits on a 2-1 pitch. 2-2.
Both teams working with short benches and 8-man bullpens, and now they're even more short. Rosario's the only guy left on the Cardinal bench. And Barnes, Ellis, and Puig. And I'm not sure Puig is available or on the Dodger bench.
Grandal's worked it full. And the rookie from Princeton, Matt Bowman. Peterson due next, and then Scott Van Slyke. Here comes the 3-2 to Grandal, leading off the 10th. Foul tipped it into the mitt for strike 3. Peterson had that great play in the bottom of the 8th inning to take away extra bases from Tommy Pham on a night where he's been struggling at the plate with an 0 for 4. A pair of pop outs, a strikeout, and a soft ground out back to the mound. See, that defensive play can spark him at the plate.
When I was mentioning the guys on the Dodger bench, I forgot about Chris Taylor. Still there.
There we are.
So as far as offense is concerned, advantage Dodgers with the pieces that Dave Roberts has to use.
Molina was crossed up on ball 2.
He could catch the ball even if he didn't know it was coming every time.
Yeah.
It's a magnet in that glove.
He's something. Here comes a 2-0. 2-1.
That wasn't a 2-strike approach. He let that go. That's what he's supposed to do right there on a 2-0 count.
2-0, getting a hitter's count. Something you can drive.
Peterson 13 homers this year. Looks at this 2-1 pitch. Inside, 3 balls and a strike.
You can take the same swing that he
here.
just had 2-0.
Bowman has only allowed 3 homers in 38 innings this year. He rocks and deals the 3-1 to Peterson. Fouled off, and it's 3-2. Soon Juan O had only allowed 1 home run all year when Justin Turner took him deep. Bases empty and 1 gone, and a tie game in the 10th. Bowman against Peterson. Here comes the payoff. And both Dodgers in this inning have struck out on full count pitches.
3-2 breaking ball, a little slider down and in. Gets it under the bat.
Two up and 2 down for Matt Bowman. Scott Van Slyke 2 for 4 tonight with a single and a double. He's got home run power. Takes ball 1. There's Chris Taylor with the pitcher's spot due next. If Van Slyke could reach, Taylor would bat. Cardinals will have 8, 9, and 1 in the bottom of the inning. Van Slyke with a missile to center, right at Pham. And the Dodgers down an order in the 10th. for the Dodgers. 45th appearance for the first-year Dodger. Came over from Kansas City this spring.
He has thrown the ball so well. I know the ERA is around 4.17, but most of that is blemishes in just single outings here and there. He's been one of the saviors of this bullpen and one of the integral pieces that have really made the late innings possible to get to that Kenley Jansen save. But tonight, now they're behind Kenley instead of in front of him.
They had it just how you draw it up. You got a 6 1/3 from McCarthy. Off to Liberatore, who was able to get out of a jam. Then Blanton pitched the 8th. Jansen for the 9th, retired the first 2 before before Jerko's homer. And now 9-1-2 for the Cardinals here in the 10th. Greg Garcia. Pinch hit in the 7th and grounded out. Pham and Diaz to follow. One and one. Well, Garcia has become the most successful University of Hawaii baseball alum on this team. I would have said that was Colton Wong. With the struggles Wong has had, it's now Greg Garcia with the opportunities that he's taken advantage of. Garcia was the shortstop, while Wong was playing a couple of different positions in Hawaii. And now here they are, both on the Cardinals 25-man roster. Coleman delivers 2-1, and Garcia chops it foul, 2-2. Don't really think of Hawaii as a baseball factory university, but they produced a couple of guys on this roster.
It's an interesting place to play because of the scheduling. Take some long road trips and long homestands.
The 2-2 bounces in.
You look at but on the youth level, like the little league level,
Yeah.
they're always put out some really good teams.
Well, yeah, you see them in the Little League World Series often.
Yep.
An event you guys have both covered.
They represent the Southwest a lot.
Important pitch here. He fouls it off. Important batter here, starting the 10th inning in a tie game.
It's pins and needles time for everybody. Such an advantage to be a home team in these situations. You know exactly what you need to do when you come up to bat.
Another payoff. And Garcia walks to start the 10th. Top of the order, here's Tommy Pham. Staring intently down for the signs from Chris Maloney at third. One of the top hitters in the National League due next in Aledmys Diaz. Dodgers out hitting the Cards 13-5, but locked at 3 in the 10th. Pham lays it down and it trickles foul. So they're having him sacrifice to try and move the potential winning run into scoring position for the best hitters in the order, who will follow Pham.
I like the pitch selection on the last pitch, a breaking ball from Coleman. You're not sure if they're bunting or not on that very first pitch, so why just give in and throw a fastball and think, oh, this is the best pitch to throw if they're bunting, because they might bunt it too hard, but throw the breaking ball because they might be swinging the bat.
Bunted foul again, and it's 0-2.
Pham is tracking that breaking ball with the barrel of the bat and changing the angle. And when he loses his angle, he's got a tough time bunting it into fair territory. He's there, and as he starts to reach for it and change the angle with the barrel there, dropping it and changing the angle. That's why the ball's just rolling over there in the other batter's box.
Defense plays straight up now with a 2-strike count on Pham. Hit on the ground to third. They go to second for one. Laid at first. So Pham beats it out. A fielder's choice for the first out of the 10th.
Hey, the benefit of the new rule at second base. Watch the way Chase Utley turns this ball at second base. He sticks around there, staying there, knowing he can be close to the bag and trying to do that. Can't be taken out there. Last year, it's a little bit different turn, knowing that because that ball wasn't hitting really hard.
Aledmys Diaz won the game for the Cardinals last night against San Diego. His first career major league walk-off hit. In a game St. Louis trailed 5-1 in the 8th inning. Tied it in the 8th, won it in the 9th. It was on a bases loaded situation. Here a man at first with one out, and Coleman delivers. Ball one. No, late strike call. Mike Estabrook upsetting everybody in red.
You got a couple good framers of the baseball behind the dish tonight for Estabrook with Yasmani and Yadier Molina. It's like the catchers are convincing him where the strikes and the balls are tonight.
What the best of them do.
Also saw Howie Kendrick be upset on that third strike called on him his last at bat in the night.
Remember the 2-0 fastball that ended up being 2-1 to Chase Utley?
Yes.
It was away. Should have been a ball.
On 0-2, Diaz strikes out swinging. Coleman gets him with that filthy slider for out number 2.
When Lewis is on his game, he almost suffocates the hitters with quality pitches and pacing. It just keeps coming right after you, and right now he is locked in.
It'll have to be here with Biscotti. 0 for 4 this evening. With 14 home runs on the year. It is 14th last night, a 3-run shot that tied it in the 8th. Strike one. Started him with a slider and had him lunging for it. Coleman trying to get it to the 11th, but the Dodgers will have a pinch hitter, and then Utley, and then Seager, who looks for a 5-hit game. Here comes an 0-1. Same pitch. Biscotti lays off this one.
These are not your Vince Coleman, Willie McGee, Ozzie Smith, St. Louis Cardinals. They only have 23 stolen bases on the year. Been caught 17 times. Pretty much very little running game coming out of St. Louis.
To steal all those bases on the artificial turf at the old Busch Stadium.
You can go back to Lou Brock.
Pham at first, 2 gone in the 10th of a 3-3 game. Rides inside, and it's 2-1. Matt Holliday due next.
You had those speedsters in St. Louis on that turf back in those days. Tommy Herr drove in over 100 runs with less than 10 home runs, hitting in the third hole. They'd get on, steal second, steal third, drive him in with a ground ball.
2-2. Scotty having a hard time with Coleman's slider.
Lewis has good sharp break on that slider, but he also has something that from that low arm angle that not a lot of people have, which he has depth. Doesn't just sweep, it goes down also.
You putting Pham in motion early?
Definitely can risk it. 2 strikes on him. Yeah. That was not a bad time to go for it.
Outfield plays very deep to protect against a ball in the gap on that situation. He's not running, and that pitch is just up. Now he will take off.
That's why that 2-2 pitch is called the action pitch, why it's so important to try and finish off the hitter with the 2-2 pitch, because now you bring in the double as a possible way to score him.
There he goes, and the slider's fouled off. Barely got a piece.
That was a good pitch by Lewis Coleman. It was the right pitch to get him to swing. It was just barely gets a piece just to stay alive. What a great placement with that slider. Started off in the strike zone, ended up just off the plate.
Come right back with the same pitch. He seems to have a really good release point with it. Understands where he can position it.
Coleman gets him with that exact offering. Good call, Bulldog. On to the 11th inning in a 3-3 game in St. Louis, and Corey Seager due up third next inning. Innings winds up not biting you, but Lewis Coleman was able to avoid taking the loss after walking the 9-hitter to begin the 10th. It pushes this game on to the 11th, getting the top of the Dodgers order up there. First, though, it's Chris Taylor out of the 9th spot.
Chris Taylor's had some big hits since joining the Dodgers. Kind of wears out the right field line in key situations.
Utley and Seager to follow in this 11th inning. Dodgers trying to draw within 3 games of the Giants in the West. Taylor attacks the first pitch. It's foul, strike 1. Giants lost earlier tonight in the Bronx, 3-2 to the Yankees. They've now dropped 6 in a row for the first time this year. Matt Bowman has his econ degree from Princeton. Coming inside at an 0-1. Taylor taking it low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rule 5 pick out of the Mets organization. They drafted him back in 2012. Cardinals claimed him this winter. But his major league debut this season. Taylor hammers a fly ball to center, but Pham is under one that he got under. So now it's Utley.
It's a grind right now for everybody. Mike Matheny is going to change the grind on the mound.
And Tyler Lyons, who was reported earlier today would start Sunday's game, is going to come into this one in the 11th after 1 1/3 scoreless innings from Matt Bowman. Season, he can give Mike Matheny some length if this game winds up calling for it. Replaces Matt Bowman, and so Lyons will not pitch Sunday's game. There'll be a new answer to that. Ready to face Chase Utley at the top of the Dodger order.
All hands on deck before they change pitchers. I was talking about it. It's a grind for everybody because you've been playing in this heat, playing in tough games in Washington, 3rd city of the road trip. They want to end this one on a positive note. Took a dagger to the heart with Kenley not being able to finish the game off with 2 out. That first pitch to Jerko, all of a sudden he jerked it out of here, and they're just going to have to respond and stay with it.
And that's the emotional and mental grind that comes with it, because you get so excited after that home run by Justin Turner. You're thinking, okay, this game is over. We're closing this out. We got our guy on the hill. And then all of a sudden there's that, just drains you. But they tie it up.
Lions 0-2. Utley takes it in the dirt.
And nobody feels worse than Kenley. I mean, that's just the burden that the closers carry. Carrying 24 guys, a coaching staff, a front office, and a city on their back in the 9th. They carry it every time they go out there.
Lions ready for a 1-2, and Utley pops it up. Molina against the screen, 2 away. Be interested to see numbers on teams that force extras, what their winning percentage is in extras versus the team that gives up the lead. See if there is anything to that momentum you're talking about, that emotional side of it.
Good way of quantifying that momentum.
So here's Seager, who's got his third career 4-hit game tonight. His fly out to center in the ninth snapped a string of 7 consecutive plate appearances with a base hit.
Now he can start all over with a new one.
Yeah,
like
right. Get it going again.
I can tell you the Dodgers have played a lot more overtime games this year than the Cardinals. Cardinals are 1-2. Dodgers are 5-5.
Seager tries to lay off. It does. 2-1. Big swing pitch there. 2-1 instead of 1-2.
I'm glad, Joe, you're not up in third. I think all of us had that as a swing.
2-1.
Now
2-2. On-base percentage jumps about 150 points when it becomes 2-1 versus 1-2. Here's a 2-2. And he cracked his bat on a fly ball to center. Still so strong that it goes all the way out there shy of the warning track. And the Dodgers go down in order in the 11th. Comes in the bottom of the 11th of a 3-3 game against the middle third of the Cardinals order. He'll face Holiday, Adams, and Molina to start his big league career. Let's go down to Alana Rizzo.
Yeah, no pressure for Grant Dayton, right, guys? Major league debut, facing the heart of the order in a tie game and extra innings. It's been a long time coming for this young man. A good record so far as his minor league stuff is concerned. Started the season at AA Tulsa, had 15 games between AA and AAA, a 5-2 record. You can see the ERA there under 3. Acquired by the Dodgers in July of last year, and his family was able to make it to Washington, D.C. Actually, his wife and her family, and then his family finally was able to meet him here in St. Louis. So certainly excited. I'm sure a few nerves perhaps on the hill.
Yeah, for the Alabama native who played his college ball at Auburn. Marlins drafted him. Alana told you how he arrived in Dodger blue. And his first big league moment is a big one. Matt Holliday is 0 for 4 today. He's homered 17 times this year. And Dayton's first pitch to him curls in for strike 1.
Nothing to be nervous about. Major league debut, and you're facing Matt Holliday, whose bobblehead night is today.
Yeah. Oh, 2.
He got called up. I had a chance to chat with him in the locker room. Told me about how he pitches the fastball, the curveball, and the slider. I said, what's the most improvement you made this year? He says, with the slider. Really feel like it's come along. That's it right there. And I don't mind you bouncing it right there. 84 to Holliday when you're ahead 0-2. Nice sweeping curveball on the first pitch. The fastball he got with there in there, and then the slider, bounce it. He doesn't mind going up the ladder. Not a typical like sinker left-hander. Get it up to about 94.
On 1-2. This is up. A few years ago, Dayton during spring training had surgery on his elbow to repair a stress fracture and pitched in a game less than 2 months later. 28 years old, out of Madison, Alabama, is 2-2 to Holliday. Fouled off.
I think being 28 is helping him out right now. Finally got to his goal, but a little bit more maturity when you get over 25. I'm sure the nerves are still flying.
Full count on Holliday. Both teams with a solo homer in the 9th inning. Justin Turner hit one to put the Dodgers up 3-2. And Jed Jerko tied it for St. Louis with the Cardinals down to their final out against Kenley Jansen. 3-2 to Holliday. Bounce to third. Justin Turner gathers and throws, and Grant Dayton has retired Matt Holliday to begin his big league career.
You're officially a big leaguer. Yeah, you are. After you throw your first pitch, you get that first out under your belt, you really feel like you've started to accomplish something.
Especially when it's against that guy in this situation.
My first hitter was Gary Carter. Grounded out to Bill Russell. And it calmed me down getting just that first out.
So do you keep the ball at the first out, or do you keep? Is it wait till you get like your first strikeout? When do you keep balls as a pitcher?
I kept it.
Strike one to Matt Adams.
I kept it as the strikeout. I can't remember keeping the ground ball. The other night we had somebody have a big league debut, and it looked like they were going to start collecting almost every ball.
Right. Coda Glover.
Yeah. The first pitch he threw was a strike. They took the ball out of play. I was like, saw the next one. I'm like, oh my gosh, he could end up with 3 or 4 balls just in this inning.
Well, they could have taken every ball that he threw in that inning and given it to him, and it only would have been 4 balls. Right? He threw 4 pitches in his first major league inning. Dayton with an 0-2. Adams fouls it off, attacking him with a fastball. Make a nice little display. Wouldn't that be cool? The 4 balls that I use in my first big league inning, these are the only 4.
You got first hit, first win, first save, maybe first strikeout. That's about it.
Grant Dayton's 1-2 upstairs, and the count evens on Adams. He was 0 for 3 tonight with a walk.
It'd be cool. Grant Dayton could collect a lot of nice balls tonight. Possibly get a W. First strikeout.
Adams goes the other way. Kendrick was playing deep, but runs it down for out number 2.
As soon as that left the bat, I'm thinking, stay in the air, stay in the air. For a guy who's never played left field, he has sure done a real good job out there, being asked to move from second base out to left field for most of this year.
There were questions about can he be okay, will he be okay out there, and he's actually, however much stock you put into defensive numbers, but he's been above average out there. He's been one of the best fielding left fielders in baseball by some measures.
And we've watched him make some outstanding reads and plays, and it's not always the most graceful, but he's catching the ball.
1-0 to Yadier Molina.
He's a baseball player. I mean, Howie
Exactly.
Kendrick is a baseball player. Goes out there. He hasn't complained once. He's like, what do you need me? Where do you need me to play? What do you need me to do? Hitting in every part of the lineup. Whatever's asked of him.
In Washington, we watched him fight through the lights on that one ball and then came up with it. Was laughing it off with Yasiel.
2-1.
Might have fooled the umpire too on that pitch.
God, he's going to cheat on this pitch. Catcher, young pitcher making his major league debut. Fans chanting, one swing could win the game. He's going to take the shot. Now he's got to go back to battling because he doesn't know which one of the 3 pitches is coming, the fastball, the slider, or the curve.
On 2-2. But with a fastball, and Molina barely got a piece to stay alive. Turner, Gonzalez, and Kendrick for the Dodgers if it goes 12. Last time he was up, he homered into the batter's eye in center. Grant Dayton's major league debut. High fly ball on the left field line. Long run for Howie Kendrick, and it hooks foul.
There is no 2-strike approach in Yadier's mind. Even though it's 2-2, but 2 out, he's taking a full cut. He's down on the end of the knob of the bat. He's trying to end it.
Thing was in the air forever.
Fastball low and away.
Missed his spot, but got him to ground out to Turner. And Grant Dayton's big league debut is 1-2-3 through the heart of the St. Louis Cardinals order. locked at 3. Last runs we had were in the 9th inning. Turner homered, Jerko homered. Turner's homer put the Dodgers up 3-2, and it looked like will be the difference in this game. Off of Soon-Won Oh to straightaway center field.
Justin Turner has been on some kind of tear. Driving the ball, it's not pulling off of it. See him hitting home runs. We were just talking about it. Not all of them are to left field. He's not trying to hit them all, pull them the other way. He's not afraid to go to center field, not afraid to go the opposite way.
That was his 5th home run in 7 games on this road trip. A career high 18 on the season. He's within 4 RBIs of matching a career high. And he leads off this 12th inning against Tyler Lyons, who worked a 1-2-3-11. Dodgers have not had a base runner since Turner's home run. After the slow start to the season for JT, he's been one of the most, really the most productive hitter in the majors over the last month. There's some time where he and Dave Roberts worked on what Dave Roberts calls his flight plan, which is pulling balls in the air, hitting lower line drives the other way. And he cracks one on the ground to short. Aledmys Diaz gets him for out number 1. When things weren't going right, there was too much of that. Grounding out to the pull side, flying out to the opposite field. 1 out for Gonzalez. Swings at a ball in the dirt for strike 1. Adrian, who's hit 297 homers in his major league career. Only has 7 this season. He's averaged 23 per year. Lyons a tough matchup for him, coming from this angle from the left side, and he gets him on 3 pitches.
And Adrian today, it seemed like there were a few at bats where he's just not picking up the ball well. Some of the more awkward swings I've seen from Adrian Gonzalez in a very long time.
So now Howie Kendrick, whose solo homer in the 6th seems like a long time ago, tied the game at 2. Tops one off of the plate for a strike. Dodgers scored before there was an out recorded in this game. Chase Utley doubled. Corey Seager singled, and it was 1-0. Cardinals went ahead 2-1 and a 2-out base hit from Aledmys Diaz in the 3rd. Kendrick's homer tied it in the 6th, and then each team with a home run in the 9th inning. There we are in the 12th, still tied at 3. But it's 0-2 on Kendrick.
We are still tied at 3, and we're creeping up on 350 pitches combined thrown by these 2 teams. Each team has had 6 guys on the hill.
Now Kendrick swings and misses. Lyons breezing through the Dodgers, 3 through 5 in their order. Jed Jerko sent this game into extras, leads off the bottom of the 12th.
Second inning of work. Just had a conversation with Dodgers manager Dave Roberts about the availability of guys in the bullpen. He said originally Luis Avilan and Pedro Baez were going to be down for tonight. They wanted to stay away from both of those guys. However, in this situation, top of the 12th inning, both of those guys in an emergency situation are now available. Likely Avilan first and then Petey, guys.
All right, it's great stuff, and we appreciate Dave Roberts sharing that with Alana. As Grand Dayton goes back out there for his second big league inning. Avilan on the left, Baez on the right. This bullpen has been as used as any in baseball over the last couple of months. And by no fault of the starting pitching tonight, it's getting used again. Brandon McCarthy went 6 1/3. And it was just as you draw it up with Liberatore finishing off that 7th. Blanton pitching the 8th. Jansen came on in the 9th, and after he retired the first 2, this guy, Jed Jerko, hit the first pitch that he saw from Jansen for a game-tying homer. And he takes strike 1 from Dayton.
They wanted the ball away. It goes right on the inner half. He doesn't miss it. Kenley Jansen put his head down right when he heard it go off the bat. Knew it was out right away.
Dayton attacking him 0-2.
You know, the next emergency pitcher after the 2 relievers would be Bud Norris, because there's an off day when we get home. So Kazmir starts Sunday night here, and then there's an off day. Bud hasn't thrown his side work. I know he was putting that off probably till tomorrow because of the extra day.
Wow. Brent Dayton sits down Jed Jerko on 3 pitches for the first out of the 12th.
Going up the ladder, very comfortable throwing his 92, 93 up there. With his delivery, he kind of drops his elbow a little bit and kind of planes that ball out, staying behind it.
So he's retired the first 4 that he's faced, and Tyler Lyons, who's been so effective on the mound, will stay in there to hit for himself, taking ball 1. Cardinals have only played, as you said, 3 extra innings games this year, and they've not gone longer than 12 in any of them. The 1-0. Lyons hits it on the ground to first. Gonzalez has it, 2 gone.
Nice job by Adrian, charging that ball really hard just in case it was going to kick foul, and he got to it. The ball made it past the first base bag, but Adrian had his eyes set on getting there early if he could.
Greg Garcia came into the game in the 7th inning as a pinch hitter and is 0 for 1 with a walk. That walk started the 10th, but Lewis Coleman was able to pitch around it to keep this thing moving. Ball 1. Randall, Peterson, Van Slyke if we go to the 13th inning. And to hit him.
Barely gets him with that sweep and breaking ball. As you see Garcia just kind of turn on it. Barely gets, almost just like the shirt. It might have nicked some of his body.
So the first base runner against Dayton. Top of the St. Louis order again. The 6th trip up there for Tommy Pham tonight. Still looking for his first hit. Hey, happy birthday on the East Coast, Nomar.
The East Coast, thank you.
Yeah.
43?
Yes, sir. So, is it crazy to want a Dodger victory on my birthday?
No, is that too much to ask?
That's all I'm asking. Actually, I like to have 2 Dodger wins on my birthday.
Hey.
How about that? There you go.
Yeah. Technically here, though, we'd have to play for another 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So.
I will if it's just for the win.
Yeah, right. Inside on Pham, 1 ball and 1 strike. Greg Garcia at first, 2 gone in the 12th inning. And Grant Dayton with a 1-1 pitch. Strike 2.
If we play for 45 more minutes, and it's your birthday on the air, I will sing happy birthday on the air to you.
All right. And all of Los Angeles hopes that this thing finishes up within the next 45 minutes.
That wasn't very nice, Joe. I offer him a nice birthday present, and that's not nice.
2-2.
And I am with them, Joe.
Oh. Well,
what do you mean?
I might as well just head on out of the booth and go see if I can find a cold hot dog.
Come on now. Just asking the Dodgers to win earlier. That's all.
Okay.
You can sing it tomorrow.
2-2. And Pham goes down swinging. Grant Dayton with a pair of scoreless innings here in extras. On to the 13th in St. Louis. 3-3.
League debut for Grant Dayton, and of course the balls are going to be preserved. I was talking to the MLB authenticator Jim Welby about those 4 baseballs that are in that bag, and he said one of them was the final out, of course. Then you also have Yadier Molina's ground out, and the other 2 were actually balls just fouled back to the screen, guys. So not necessarily his first strikeout or what have you, but 4 balls that they're going to authenticate, and a big debut so far for Grant Dayton.
Yeah, what a night. I mean, he's thrown into a situation, guys, where not only is it a tie game, not only is it the middle of the order, not only is it the St. Louis Cardinals, but it's on a night where a team in the middle of a division race has a chance to get within 3 games for the first time in a month and a half.
There's enough going on when you make your major league debut, and to add all those layers to it, be an unbelievable memory for him.
And they do have his first strikeout, because I saw when he got his first strikeout when they were throwing it around. They didn't even throw the ball around. Justin Turner caught it at third, and they just threw it right in the dugout. So it is someone.
Yasmani Grandal hacks at one from Lyons, who's been equally as impressive for St. Louis. 1-1. His 3rd inning. Came on to get Utley and Seager for the final 2 outs of the 11th, and then a 1-2-3 12th. Dodgers don't have a base runner in extras. Yasmani Grandal, 2 hits, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th. Waits on this 2-1 pitch from Lyons, and it's upstairs, 3-1.
Once again, goes back. You're in that hitter's count. You don't want to think about getting that one swing to hit it out. You just want to get a good at bat, something that if it goes out, great.
3-2.
Thinking like a leadoff hitter right there. Going to make sure it's a strike, and also you might get the same pitch 3-2 as you get 3-1. So a lot different than hitting with 2 out, nobody on.
Payoff. Ball 4. Leadoff man on for the Dodgers. First man in extra innings on for the Dodgers.
Lewis Coleman's inning back in the. Where did he lead? He walked somebody. Walked Garcia. Pitched around that. Fielder's choice and a couple strikeouts.
And Austin Barnes will pinch run for Grandal. Right away, his versatility proves important for Dave Roberts. Normally, you don't have a pinch runner that you can put out there for a catcher and then expect him to stay in and catch.
You get fresh legs on the bases, you're going to get fresh legs behind the plate. And even though you're bringing one of your other catchers in, he can play someplace other than that too. It's called for.
How about a Peterson home run here? He's actually squaring.
Like, I'll take one in the gap. I don't necessarily need a home run, one in the gap. Or if they're asking him to bunt, execute it.
Yeah, right.
There's a couple different things here too, with a left-hander on the mound and Austin Barnes just entering the game. He's got to make sure he gets a decent lead, doesn't get picked off, and then gets a good secondary lead if Jock's actually going to bunt.
You know, Yadier Molina is looking to pick him off.
Jock lays it down. This could be a tough play. And they get Peterson at first. Well done. Up to second goes the go-ahead run in Barnes.
A little self-preservation right there on the bunt attempt.
I was going to say, and that wasn't an easy ball to bunt. He's up in the zone. He's still able to get it down. A lot of times when it's up that high, you have a tendency to pop it up. Look at his reaction there. It's almost like, wait, it's up. Got the bat to it, almost like I'm going to get out of the way.
Great work by our audio crew picking up Dave Roberts, encouraging Peterson after the sacrifice on an otherwise difficult night at the plate. And here's Van Slyke, who dominates left-handed pitching. Strike one.
And up into this point, you got the Dodgers 1 for 10. The 11th at bat, but 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. By contrast, you have the Cardinals, who are 2 for 5.
This is St. Louis's longest game this year by innings. On 0-1, sweeps in for strike 2.
Now you got to battle. You got to put it in play and give yourself a chance.
There's the numbers against lefties. 320. He takes it in the dirt. Stopped by Molina. Guess who's on deck?
That's good news, though. That shows you that he's probably not going to head to the DL. That they were saying we need to give him an extra day, probably start on Sunday. But good enough to swing the bat tonight.
Pulled the hamstring running down the first in DC yesterday. 1-2 on Scott Van Slyke. Here comes Lyons. And a bouncing ball back to the mound. They'll hold the runner at second. And there are 2 gone.
Good read by Austin Barnes at second base to make sure to see if it went by the pitcher or not. A lot of times you're thinking, okay, I'm in scoring position. You try to be just too aggressive. You get caught off.
And so Puig comes up with a man at second and 2 gone in a tie game in the 13th.
Rarely do you hear the St. Louis fans boo anybody. Yasiel got booed.
Molina out for a word with Lyons and the middle infielders of the Cardinals.
Hopefully Yasiel uses that as motivation.
For sure.
Austin Barnes pinch running for Yasmani Grandal, and then he'll stay in the game to catch. He's the first base runner Los Angeles has had in extra innings. This is the 4th extra inning tonight. Strike one on Puig. So many times in these situations lately, Puig's been guilty of ripping the life out of that bat. Dave Roberts hoping that he can ease up some, not try quite as hard in these clutch situations. On 0-1, he takes inside. The runners in scoring position numbers for Puig are actually pretty good. Just in the biggest spots lately, he's not been at his best. There they are. Barnes at second, 2 gone in the 13th. And Puig takes outside, 2-1 with Utley due next. The 2-1. Puig pops it up. Adams has it. On to the bottom of the 13th. Dodgers struggles continue with men in scoring position. But a 3-3 game to the bottom of this 13th inning. So the 13 hits, several more walks, but a 1 of 12 with men in scoring position thus far, keeping them from winning this game. Austin Barnes pinch ran for Yasmani Grandal, and like we said last inning, not too many times can you have a pinch runner that is also the guy that's going to stay in to catch. So the versatility that Barnes brings helps out here. And Pedro Baez, who was supposed to get the night off, called into action here in the 13th.
A fresh battery for the Dodgers with Barnes and Baez. You're just hoping that Pedro mentally, when being told they're going to try to avoid you tonight, might even had his slippers on out there in the bullpen, but probably if he did, the clubby would have to bring out the spikes. He's got to turn it on and just say, okay, it's come to the rescue time.
2, 3, and 4. It's Diaz, Piscotty, and Holiday. Diaz, one of the top 5 hitters in the National League this year with that .320 average as a rookie. And before Baez even throws a pitch, he's going to have Barnes come out.
Well, with Yasmani behind the plate and AJ behind the plate, we've known that Pedro's had some trouble finding the right sign for himself and get on the same page with the catchers. So You can imagine with Austin just being called up that they haven't had a lot of meetings to go over what he feels is the right thing to throw for him right now. He's been going through some different things, working through some issues.
High fly ball to left center field. Peterson back at the track with room for out number 1. Had a good sound to it, but ultimately dies into the glove of Jock.
Wanted the ball away. Goes over the middle part of home plate. He gets away with it. It sounds really good. Diaz just gets underneath it too much, and it stays in the ballpark.
And you can hear the crowd trying to urge the ball on. Well, the reason that Dave Roberts didn't want to use Pedro Baez today, this is his 4th game out of the 7 on this trip. When he misses upstairs, ball 1 to Piscotty. His last outing just yesterday. And that 6-3 win. 2/3 of an inning, but was not particularly sharp. Walked 1. The tempo was extra slow. But he gets Diaz. And now Piscotty waits on this 1-0 pitch.
Or I was just looking at the pitch before. Wouldn't it be nice going, okay, this is your day off. You pitched a lot. You still throw 97.
Yeah. The first thing to go when you're tired is really not velocity, it's location. Because what happens is you start to feel tired and you recruit more from your muscles and your mechanics.
Flied the other way. Long run for Scott Van Slyke, measuring up the sidewall and making the play. Scott Van Slyke reaches over that sidewall to pull it in. Hope he's okay. Looks like he is. 2 gone.
It's a great play by Scott Van Slyke to stay with it and to measure the wall. The wall jets out. There's not too much foul territory right where he caught it. But to have the awareness of both the ball and the wall, to not hurt himself and to come up with the play.
Very polite St. Louis fans over there too, not playing the ball. Let Scott have a shot at it.
See how the wall jets out there.
So now Baez faces Matt Holliday. Days like these can really hurt your batting average. Holliday is 0 for 5. Up there for the 6th time. Strike 1. 97 from Pedro, is looking just fine on his day off. Power numbers back up this year for Matt Holliday, but the average and the on-base percentage not where it's been. 36 years old, 13th major league season. He's been an all-star 7 times. Baez with an 0-1. Spins away. It's 1-1. Neither team has a hit in extra innings. Dodgers got the walk from Grandal. Cardinals had a walk from Greg Garcia back in the 10th. Garcia was hit by a pitch in the 12th. That's it. The 1-1 from Pedro Baez.
The Nats and the Pirates the other day, before we saw the Nats, played 18 innings and there were only 5 hits in the extra game that they played.
Yeah. And it ultimately was a slow trigger finger from a manager that led to that game ending in 18 innings. Dusty Baker didn't relay the message out to the mound soon enough to walk Starling Marte with a pitcher due next and no position players left for Pittsburgh's Clint Hurdle to go to. And before Dusty could get the signal to the mound, Marte homered on the first pitch. Baez trying to work a 1-2-3 13th. His 1-2 to Matt Holliday. Barnes couldn't squeeze it. We'll do it again. Matt Holliday bobblehead night. One night after he was hit in the nose by a 95-mile-per-hour fastball. He's in the lineup playing a 13-inning game. On 1-2. Went up with a fastball and got him to send us to the 14th. Getting close to Nomar's second birthday of the night. St. Louis, it's 3-3, and we welcome you back inside. We're still rolling on in this 3-3 game. Nomar and Orel and Alana down in the field, still grinding away. If it's not that late in Los Angeles, right? 9:40. I know there's still plenty of you watching along. Tweet at us and let us know that you're still watching. We'd love to hear your thoughts as this game rolls on. At Nomar5, at Oral Hershiser 55.
I don't know. I don't follow myself.
I think they're probably
Just
saying,
Oral Hershiser.
they're saying, let's go Dodgers. Let's get this. Let's pull this one off. Let's get some good ABs right now. They're up. Let's take the lead here.
Well, we'd love to hear from you as this game goes to the 14th, and Chase Utley at the top of the Dodger order tries to get something started. 1 for 6. That one hit came a long time ago. Started the game. He came in to score on Seager's base hit. Ball 1.
I've already gotten 3 tweets on. You're only 20 minutes away from singing Nomar happy birthday.
One and one. Well, besides the obvious of Jed Jerko, Lyons the MVP tonight for the Cardinals. He came out and retired Utley and Seager in the 11th inning, and has given up just 1 base runner in his 2 2/3. He's 1-1 to Utley. Is hit in the air to deep right center. Piscotty back at the track, runs it down. So 1 away, and here's Seager. Number 5 looking for his first career 5-hit game. Started the night with 4 singles. He's since flied to center twice. His last fly out to center might have seemed routine, but it was on a broken bat, and he hit it like 380 feet. Strike 1.
It was crazy how far that ball went. Break your bat, you're usually sending the outfielders in, not back.
Here comes an 0-1. Seager rips a liner to right. Piscotty on, makes the play. Can't hit it much harder. 2 up and 2 down.
I think he had the right exit velocity. I don't think he had the proper launch angle. He squared that one up really well. There's 8 Aiden Hawley had tweeted me predicting that Corey Seager was going to hit a home run. Well, he definitely squared it up.
So now Turner, who was a hero for a moment, put the Dodgers in front with a home run in the top of the 9th inning. And bats here with the bases empty in the 14th. High drive to the opposite field. Biscotti at the track. 3 well-hit balls, but 3 flyouts to right. To the bottom of the 14th. Close to a full moon. 3-3. Still no hits in extra innings. The last hits in this game, the solo homers from Justin Turner and from Jed Jerko in the 9th. That's why we're here right now. That's why J.P. Howell has to go to work. In the 14th. He's on for the 39th time this year. And he'll face Adams, Molina, and Jerko.
JP has really turned around the start of his season, throwing the ball really well. The off-speed stuff's working now. The fastball command is back, and actually his curveball is one of the best I've seen in a while from him.
Cardinals have hit more home runs than any team in the National League this year. That's why it feels like you're on pins and needles this entire time. Adams has 10 of them. Howell lets it go. Misses just low. Ball 1.
Some of the people on Twitter are saying thanks for letting us know about the Nomar Saturday Night Live clip that they've watched during this game. They've had plenty of time. Plenty of time to watch your clip. One gentleman on Twitter said, I'm glad I didn't start watching this game till the 11th.
That's funny. He's not seen any hits.
Another guy wants it to end because he's going to work at 4 a.m. He wants to go to bed.
Howell delivers 1-1 to Adams. Breaking ball and a good one. Strike 2.
That's the pitch I was talking about. One of the best curveballs I've seen him have since I've been around here. It's really got good finish on it.
One-two to Adams. And he got him. J.P. Howell starts the bottom of the 14th with a strikeout.
That is a hard pitch for Adams to pull the trigger on after you swing and miss at a biting curveball the pitch before. And now you start it right where you would say as a hitter, oh, I got to lay off that. It'll break wide. But, oh, no, it tails right back on the corner.
Now Molina. He is 0 for 5. The average down below 260 now. shoots one up the middle. Long way to go for Utley, and he's got no play. Yadier Molina's infield single is the first hit of extra innings.
Chase Utley had to go too far for this. As an infielder, you also know who's running. You know Yadier Molina doesn't have the greatest speed, so you're thinking, okay, I can come up. It increases my range. If I get the ball, I know I have a chance to make a play. But that one was just too far. Chase Utley knew it. Smart to hold on to it. You don't want to risk possibly throwing it away and him getting into scoring position.
Jerko's solo homer tied this game in the bottom of the ninth against Jansen. Former San Diego Padre with a man at first and one out. Howell's ready. Take a second to reset. J.P. Howell against Jed Jerko, former West Virginia star. He was born in Morgantown, Virginia, grew up in Morgantown, Virginia, went to college in Morgantown. Second round pick of the Padres a few years back. Cardinals got him in a deal for John Jay this offseason. Howell taking his time getting ready. Here he comes. Ball one on Jerko, who is locked in these days. That home run in the ninth inning was his 5th this week.
Hard to avoid him right here. Man on first, one out, extra innings. It's not like you can pitch around him. You don't want him to have 2 shots with a man on second and 1 out.
1-0. Oh, Jerko swings hard and comes up empty. Molina holds on at first.
It's the one Achilles heel of hot hitters is that if they think they can hit everything, you can get them to chase balls out of the strike zone. They are so anxious to continue their hot streak that you have to take a read on them to see if they're trying to force it. They give you an opportunity to get them out.
Here's a 1-1. Another breaking ball. This one Jerko lays off.
And as a hitter, that's what you battle with yourself. When you know you're swinging the bat well, you are trying to tell yourself, okay, don't get too big. Don't try to hit everything out of the ballpark. Don't try to pull everything. Stay within your game or what was you were doing before to be successful.
Got to be careful on 2-1. Breaking ball sweeps in. Jerko takes it 2-2.
You see that a lot with young, great hitters that make it to the playoffs the very first time. They've been carrying their team, and all of a sudden they get in the playoffs and they don't force the opposing team to throw them strikes. And they end up failing in the playoffs because the other good team, which always has a great pitching staff, won't throw them strikes.
Bounce back to the mound. Howell looks at second and goes there, and they get the lead runner.
Great job by J.P. Howell. Easy for him to hop off the mound. Great athlete, fast heartbeat, one of these kind of ADD guys that just like, I'm going, here we are. And then calming himself down after he catches the ball and getting a good baseball clock and taking his time, throwing a nice little bullet there to second.
Not an easy throw, right? With no backdrop.
Not an easy throw. A lot of times you want to rush it because you're thinking, okay, I can get a double play and get out of the inning. But then there was that time of recognizing that it's just the way it was hit, just get the lead runner.
Not a play relievers make very often.
No, right. How about Tyler Lyons with his second at bat? They're going to keep him in, keep him pitching.
I'll tell you, his last at bat, he took a big swing, a big hack. Let's not forget they mentioned that he was possibly being the starter on Sunday.
Oliver Perez was the leading hitter on the Nats when we left Washington, and he was 2 for 3, batting .666. And both of his hits came in the same game in relief like this.
This has matched the second longest game of the year for the Dodgers with that loss against Baltimore right before the break. Longest game, that 17-inning win at San Diego, May 22nd. Lyons chops it hard to the ground, but Utley's there sure-handed. You guys want to go to the 15th?
Why not?
Let's do it. Booth letting us know, go Dodgers. Still watching while he's rehabbing. Be great to have Kike back hopefully before long.
Alan S. 6 minutes ago tweeted me, my girlfriend broke up with me because I won't stop watching.
That's all right.
That's awesome.
Then it wasn't meant to be.
Somebody wants
Dodgers, right?
Somebody wants to know which position player will be the first pitcher tonight. If we need to go to the position players to throw. I don't know. That would be a good question.
Hello to Ben, who, by the way, guys, is watching from Australia.
Yeah.
Well, you have a lot saying it's cutting in my sleep time. I need to go to work, and the Dodgers finish this. So we may have to send this to the dugout so they know. Like, hey, fans want you to finish it right here. Let's get a run.
I think I'm going to take this inning off to go warm up my voice to sing happy birthday to Nomar.
Adrian Gonzalez leads off the 15th inning and takes ball one from Tyler Lyons.
Need a throat lozenge?
No, I'm going to do the fast version, though. I'm not doing the long, drawn-out version.
Nathan Hernandez listening on the East Coast. Past 1 a.m. getting close to 1 a.m. there. Hello to Eric O'Connor. Here's a 1-1. Lyons pours in strike two on Gonzalez. The fans in Topeka, Kansas, originally from Southern California, listening. Lyons with a 1-2 pitch, and Gonzalez takes outside 2-2 on a night where, Nomar, you've noticed Gonzalez has taken some unsure swings. Doesn't get any easier having to face Lyons again. Breaking ball, hit the second, caught by Garcia.
You feel that way, you're thinking, okay, I'm not seeing a pitcher very well. Then you finally get one, and you hit it right at somebody.
Yeah. One out in the 15th. Here's Kendrick, who has a home run tonight to the opposite field. And Kendrick hits a fly ball to right center. Piscotty and Pham converging. They come together, and it's Pham that makes the catch. A near disaster in right center for the Cardinals is out number 2 of the 15.
Almost had a collision. Would have been a double if this ball gets dropped. Howie running right out of the box. I got it, but pulled up just in time.
So Austin Barnes will bat for the first time now since his call up. Pinch ran for Yasmani Grandal and was stranded at second. You, of course, can tweet to Alana Rizzo as well. Barnes swings and misses, strike one. Man, there are so many people that are reaching out to all of us on Twitter. We love hearing
they're
from you
showing
guys.
it because they know they're watching the game. They want to see if their Dodgers can pull this off.
Barnes hits a fly ball lazily to shallow left. Out goes Diaz, still going, and it falls in. Barnes on his way to second. The throw, and he is safe.
It's going to be one they probably are going to look at again to see if he came off the bag, but great hustle from Austin Barnes right out of the box. He knows he pops it up, didn't take anything for granted, knowing trying to get into scoring position, and we'll see if he stays on it.
Ball definitely drops. They collide, and Austin is hustling now to second. He sees the opportunity to throw from Holiday. Safe there. Does he ever come off the bag? The glove's off of him. I think he's.
I think he's safe. I think his leg might have stayed on there. Yeah. It's a good job. You got it. You got 2 outs already. Got to find a way to get into scoring position. Great job taking the chance there by Austin. There's the hand. He's safe. There's the leg. Oh, he's safe.
I think he's safe. Going to take a look. New York, East Coast time. They're there waiting. Looks like he did a very good job.
I don't think this will take too long. It shouldn't, at least from the angles that we see there. It looks like the glove came off. It was off of him. His leg stayed on.
And so they call to New York to take a further look at this. Dana DeMuth, the crew chief, throws the headset on. 32nd year as an umpire. Got 5 World Series. DeMuth, the man on the right, was the home plate umpire when Joe Carter hit the World Series winning home run back in 1993.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
The clock strikes midnight. Happy birthday in the Central Time Zone, Nomar. Now it's real. Now you're 43.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
There it is.
Bam.
Man, I feel older. Just like that.
Yeah.
I was wondering why my legs start hurting again.
I would sing you happy birthday now, but this is such a big moment in the game. I don't think we better go tongue in cheek for your birthday yet.
No, not yet.
Well, assuming the call at least stands, Jock Peterson would come to the plate with a go-ahead run in scoring position on what would be the first hit of extra innings for the Dodgers and the first hit of extra innings period to leave the infield.
I'm surprised they're really looking at it this much, because from the angle we got, unless there's, like we said, you know, they have different angles in New York, unless they're trying to see if his glove was staying on him as he slid, or if that Austin came off. Because
the first touch is safe.
Right there. His hand's in there before the tag.
Now, how long does he stay on? And when he comes off, is the glove on him?
His hand's still on it. Glove's not on him.
Okay, right.
Now his leg.
There's a split second where I think Austin does come off with the bag, but the point is the glove is not on him during that moment.
Yep.
He's safe.
Yes.
All right.
Nice job, Austin Barnes. Not giving up and being disappointed. He hit the pop-up, running through it the whole way, and then taking the aggressive move of getting to second base.
So what has been a long night for Jock Continues here into the 15th. He is 0 for 5. His last time up, he sacrificed Barnes up to second. Barnes was pinch running for Grandal, who had walked back in the 13th. The lefty Lyons comes home, and Peterson swings through it, strike one.
They're going to go after Jock for sure. Left on left situation. The guy on the on deck circle, Scott Van Slyke, is a left-handed killer.
The 0-1. Peterson hits it off the end of the bat, foul, and it's 0-2. 9-1-2 due up for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 15th. Peterson trying to break this 3-3 tie. And he lays off an enticing breaker, 1-2. Four and a third shutout innings of relief for Tyler Lyons, trying to make it 4 2/3 by retiring Peterson and sending it to the bottom of the 15th, still tied at 3. Jock has other plans. A deep breath and a 1-2. Fouled it off.
That shoulder that he hit the wall with when he made the great catch and went on the DL is getting a workout right now. Left on left situation, and he's ended up with one-handed swings as he's trying to fight off pitches in this at bat. At times he looks like he's trying to stretch his neck, like those muscles are on fire.
Another 1-2. Taken in the dirt, 2-2.
See Jock kind of moving his shoulder around and stuff. Yeah, muscles might be spasming a little bit.
Let's not forget also the play he made in center field.
Oh, that's right.
And he kind of rolled on that
Backhand
shoulder
rolled,
as
yeah.
well.
That was a game saver too.
Yeah.
Lyons with a 2-2. Peterson swings, pops it up. We're going to go to the bottom of the 15th. Tied at 3. Jerko has it. 9-1-2 for St. Louis coming up as we roll past midnight here in St. Louis. Bottom of the 15th inning. This was close to a sellout when this thing started about 5 hours ago. Second longest game this year for the Dodgers, behind only that 17-inning marathon in San Diego, which the Dodgers won, and something you predicted a long time ago. I don't remember exactly what inning it was, but you said if this got to the point where you needed an emergency man, it would be Bud Norris, and it is.
This is side work day. Pitched a few days ago, and I knew he was going to take an extra day before he threw his side work, so he didn't throw it today because he's going to get an extra day going into his start. Who knows what goes on with the rotation now? The Dodgers, when they leave St. Louis, have an off day before they play Tampa Bay. That would have been Bud Norris's day. So with that extra day, he moved back his side day, and really good that he did because he's able to pitch here in this game.
Greg Garcia, the 9-hitter, leads off the bottom of the 15th and takes strike one. On 0-1. Fastball over the outside edge, strike two. Now this is going to be a tough thing anytime for a starter to come into a game in this situation, but maybe less difficult for Norris, who has time out of the bullpen this year. And he is coming right at Greg Garcia with 95.
I did this between starts one time and went 7 innings.
Wow.
I think Bud Norris also has a little extra motivation, a little chip on his shoulder after his last outing where he went 5, gave up 6 earned runs, going, oh, here's a short time, come in and help the team out.
Woo. What?
Wow.
Wow.
Let's see.
I think everybody was going, where is that pitch?
Garcia's even headed to the dugout.
Yeah. He's
It's
walking in,
center
he's like, I'm out.
Oh.
Wow. You know, his last outing, he had a couple of those reactions too, where he thought,
Yeah.
remember, he was walking off the mound over there in Washington.
None of those ones, though, had the hitter actually
No,
walking
right.
back.
Yeah, that was the only one where Greg Garcia was like, wow, I'm out.
Yep.
Well, Bud Norris started this season in Atlanta, his first season there as a starting pitcher. Struggled in April, moved to the pen in May, and revived his season there. Had a sub-2 ERA as a reliever. Returned to the rotation in early June. His first relief outing since Atlanta put him back in that rotation and dealt him to the Dodgers. His 2-2 to Garcia is foul.
I was just thinking, everybody's, you know, on the umpire with that third strike. That was a call. Think about umpires right now. This game's what, going on almost into 5 hours right now. They don't sit down. They don't come in. You know, they don't go in the dugout. They don't get the rest there. They basically have stayed out there for 5 hours.
Fly ball, shallow left, sinking, base hit. Garcia to second, a leadoff double.
And that's what you didn't want to see. After getting that missed call right there for strike 3, you saw something like that coming. And it wasn't even hit very hard. Gets it off the end of the bat, and he places it over there for a double.
But Norris is going to do a good job just staying in this game. We don't have any pitchers left except for Avilan, and then you get the regular players. And when you feel like an umpire missed a call and the hitter's still up there, and he gets something like that, Chase Utley trying to calm him down, plus go over the defense of what they want to do right here.
You saw right after that hit, Bud Norris said to one of the infielders, the pitch was right down the middle. It wasn't like he got robbed on a pitch on the corner. It was center cut.
3 people knew it was a strike. Norris, Austin Barnes, and the hitter.
And probably the middle infielders and your center fielder.
Yeah.
Everybody who had a pretty good view of it. I mean, when the hitter is walking off, takes 2 steps out, that tells you something.
And you'd hate for a game in 15 innings to be decided on something like that. Bud Norris will try and be a hero, though, with the leadoff man in scoring position. Tommy Pham to the plate. Top of the order to the plate for St. Louis. Seventh time Pham has come up there tonight. Strike one.
I know Twitter is still lit up about me singing you happy birthday, but we're not going to do it in any situation where something impactful could happen in the game, and especially something negative. We want it to be a happy birthday.
So let's get to the 16th and get weird. Norris with an 0-1. Pham grounds it foul, and it's 0-2.
That's going to be a new saying. Let's get to the 16th and get weird.
I'm
hoping that we don't ever say that again.
I think we're going to get T-shirts made.
Garcia with a bloop double to start this inning. Norris with an 0-2 to Pham. Rides inside, ball one. Tommy Pham, who injured his oblique, warming up on opening day. Made a couple of at-bats, shut it down, went on the DL for a month. That's here with a winning run at second in the 15th. Softly hit to third. Turner's got it. Looks the runner back and throws Pham out. That is well done by Justin Turner.
Sure is. There's a lot going on in your brain when that ball's hit to you like that.
You're worried about the runner at second base, making sure he doesn't get to third. With less than 2 outs, you're taking a peek, and then you're watching the runner. Keep your feet moving, making a good throw.
Well, Edmes Diaz trying to have game winners on back-to-back nights, but not going to have a chance. They will put Diaz on and set up a situation where a ground ball with Stephen Piscotty up could get you out of the inning.
You gain about 20 points in batting average, but you don't gain anything more than that. Both guys have tremendous power. Both have about the same amount of RBIs, but you do get where one pitch can end the inning with a good ground ball.
So they put Diaz on intentionally. First and second with 1 out. Stephen Piscotty, an 0 for 6 night. The #1 hitter in the National League with runners in scoring position, though. Norris is ready. Here's the first one. Strike one on Piscotty. Major league debut a year ago yesterday in a game in Chicago. And in his very first big league at bat, went up there and they had his name spelled wrong in the video board. He struck out on 3 pitches. On 0-1. He pops it up down the right field line and out of play 0-2. 1 year later, after that debut couldn't have gone any worse. He hit a 3-run game-tying homer on the anniversary of his debut. He's turned into one of the key pieces of this Cardinals franchise. Trying to win the game for St. Louis in the 15th. But Norris trying to extend it to the 16th. Oh, 2. Bounce to short. Seager's got it. There's 1 and 2. Let's go to the 16th inning. In a 3-3 game, Bud Norris gets out of it. Like we promised, time to get weird. Welcome inside here. Nomar and Oral. Even, can you see right here, we have Alana up on our monitor. Can they see that? Yep, awesome. So, happy 43rd birthday.
Thank you.
We're going to make it quick and painless.
Thank you, because it just got weird.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nomar. Happy birthday to you.
Very kind of you guys. Thank you. And thank you to all you fans at home wishing me happy birthday. I greatly appreciate it. And how about a Dodger victory?
That's what we need to make it a real happy birthday.
There you go.
Scott Van Slyke swings at the first pitch and bounces out to Adams, with Seth Maness checking into the game.
And I don't have any more rows of innings in my scorecard, so
I'm on my last one.
For a birthday present, I'm going to get you another scorecard.
Oh, well, that's nice,
yeah. Let's get a Dodger run.
Bud Norris coming up. Bud Norris a pitcher, but Bud Norris for a long time was a two-way player. That continued into his college days at Cal Poly. As a freshman, he played the outfield. He played third base. And you're going to see some athletic, hitterish looking swings from Bud if he gets some to cut loose on against Maness. Swings, and it's a fly ball to right center. Piscotty under it. 2 gone. And now for the 8th trip through the order. Chase Utley to the plate. It has been awesome hearing from people from all over, not just Los Angeles or the country, but from all over the world. Heard from some people in New Zealand tonight, from Australia.
some fans in Hawaii going, it's still early here. We're fine.
And 2 on Utley. Seth Maness, an extreme ground ball pitcher, who's not having as good of a season as he's had in recent years, but making quick work of 8 and 9 in the Dodgers order. And now ahead of Chase Utley 0-2. Foul tipped into Molina's mitt. In the blink of an eye, the top of the 16th ends. Cardinals have 3, 4, and 5 coming up. 4, 5, and 6. Head home run made it 3-2 Dodgers, and all is right with the world. Looked like they get a nice, quick, and tidy comeback win. Kendrick had tied the game with a homer a few innings earlier. But with the Cardinals down to their final out, Jed Jerko homered on the first pitch that he saw from Kenley Jansen to tie it at 3 and send this thing into extras. Here we are in the bottom of the 16th. Still a smile on Turner's face. 3, 4, 5, and 6 coming up for St. Louis. And Bud Norris back out there, prepared to give the Dodgers a bit of length in this game. At Holiday taking ball 1.
When it's your side work day and you're called on for this emergency duty like Bud Norris, the first inning is the easiest, of course, because the adrenaline is there. And you're actually doing something that's kind of fun.
It's a pop-up and a right. Van Slyke for the first out.
You feel like you're on a free roll a little bit because you're doing something just for your team. You're not really expected to come out and dominate. You're just out there to get the job done if you can. And where it starts to come back at you is because you just started and you only had 1 day off and it's side work day. And so every time you warm up and go back out there is when it starts to set in that you don't have full rest.
Matt Adams, swing and a miss, strike 1. It used to be back in the 1910s and the 1920s, before relief pitchers really were a thing. This is what relief pitching was. It was starters on their days off that would come in. The very best starters would come in to shut things down if teams needed them. This game is over. Matt Adams wins it in the 16th for St. Louis. Our Lexus play of the game, Matt Adams, his 11th home run of the season, and no doubt shot against Norris. And the Cardinals come from behind with a home run in the bottom of the ninth to send it to extras. They win it in 16. That does it from St. Louis. For Orr, and Nomar, and Alana, and the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long and sending it to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers.